after the tea break. So I'll take you through the basics behind Lean and Six Sigma. So just a minute, I'll share my slides. So, so as usual, you can continue interacting during the session. If there are any doubts, don't hesitate to stop and then ask your questions. So hope my slides are visible to all of you and I am properly audible. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is what I am going to talk to you. I'm going to discuss with you. What is Six Sigma performance? And then understanding about the lean introduction. Then also we'll understand the operational excellence, the term operational excellence. And of course, 7 habits for success and 6 reasons why for project failure and 4 important steps to quality and process approach, history behind Six Sigma, the DMAC methodology and DMAC tools and techniques of Six Sigma, and then the various belt levels. So this is going to be our learning. So let me try my best to cover it up before we go for the lunch. So what is Six Sigma performance? So let us take an example. You all know the Dabbawalas, right? In Mumbai. A group of 5,000 people serving, the office goers by carrying their lunch boxes from their, they collect it from their house and then deliver in their office at the right time. And similarly, they collect it back in the evening and hand over the same to their houses, respective houses. This is the kind of service these Dabbawalas, they do, in Mumbai. And one of the famous magazine known as Forbes, they highlighted their performance and bringing out this statistics. So the statistics says that they commit a mistake, one mistake in 16 million transaction. Dabbawalas as a team, they carry out about 2 lakh transaction every single day. That means they receive a customer complaint after every 16 million transaction. Now, can you do a little max and tell me how many days it takes for them to receive a customer complaint, or what is the frequency of customer complaint in terms of number of days? Every day they do 2 lakh transaction and one mistake happens out of
8
every
days.
16 million.
8 days, sir.
80 days.
So they are receiving a customer complaint once every 80 days. So this level of performance is way ahead of Six Sigma. Can you see that, all of you? Because in Six Sigma, we say that it's a near perfection, near perfect performance. But even in a Six Sigma, there will be 3 or 4 defects out of every million. But look at the defect rate here. No, look at the mistake rate here. Just one mistake out of 16 million transaction, which means their performance is far, 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 far ahead of Six Sigma. Now, what is the secret here? What is the secret here? How these set of average people, even some of them are below average, you can read from the slide, isn't it? People are not well educated, not trained, as yellow belts or green belts or black belts, but still they could deliver such a level of result. How they made it possible? Can you throw some light? What could be the secret?
Process.
Process. Fantastic. Yes, it is the process which guides all of them, isn't it?
Yes.
There is a lot of scope for, that there is enormous sources of variation. People differ by age, differ by education, they differ in terms of the mode of travel, the lunch boxes are different, isn't it? There are so many ways the variation can come and affect your process, but still your process is stable enough to deal with all these sorts of variation and finally deliver the output without much deviation, isn't it? So which means the process that is guiding them is really, really, really intelligent than the people who are involved in the process, isn't it? The people
There is
who are
foolproof system, sir.
yes,
Foolproof system.
exactly. So maybe they might have used some numbers, some colors, I don't know, right? So somehow they made their process more intelligent. in a way that, defects are made impossible. Even somebody want to make a defect and the process will not allow it, like foolproofing. So that is the secret behind, right? And a set of process and the kind of environment, the kind of people collectively is known as the system they follow. All right. So it is the system, it is the process, and over and above the teamwork and discipline and all of these things, right? Everything finally matters to a certain extent, and they could achieve this kind of performance. Now coming on to the other side, the today's modern dabawalas, right? Earlier the Mumbai dabawalas we all know, but now we see these dabawalas in almost all metro cities, isn't it? Zomato and Swiggy. So they do bring your food, but not from your house, but from the nearby hotel from where you ordered your food, isn't it? They just collect the food and then deliver at your place. The work is similar, yes or no? Do you think they also perform? They also perform up to this level? One mistake out of 16 million transaction.
No, no, sir. No, sir.
So there are a lot of failures we all experience while dealing with them. Can you throw some light? What kind of failures or what kind of mistakes?
Sir,
We
order
go
mismatch.
through?
Order
Order
mismatch.
Order mismatch.
Yes.
Okay, so
Poor
let us give it
quality.
a
Poor
Delay,
quality of
delay,
food.
Late
delivery.
order.
order mismatch. I agree, but food quality, I think to certain extent, they are not
Delay.
responsible for the food quality, isn't it?
Sir, delay.
Delay.
Delay in the food, very good. Delay in the delivery, that is second type of failure. First type of failure is a wrong delivery. I mean, the item is not the one I ordered. Maybe my neighbor has ordered and they delivered to me. Or maybe I ordered some item, but they delivered some other item. So this is called wrong delivery. The other one is delayed delivery. What else? What are the other failures that are possible?
Also sometimes what happens, they have delivered my product to the somewhere else.
Yeah. That's what Ravi mentioned. Wrong delivery.
Sir,
Right?
quantity.
So there are a lot of
The
Quantity.
wrong delivery and then item mismatch. The two
Yeah.
things. One is
Yes.
wrong delivery. The other one is item mismatch. Then what
Or-
else?
Order not
Quantity, sir.
on the net.
Sir,
What is that, sir? Come again.
Order not confirmed on the net.
Order is not confirmed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
place
it's-
the order and confirmation is not happening. They are not accepting the order. Maybe the restaurant is not accepting the order. Yes.
A lot
They
of
listed
hidden charges and taxes which it is
charges
comparing to the
and
dabawalas.
taxes. Charges and taxes are no legal compliance. Any business should comply.
Yeah,
GST
because
is
comparing
law
to
of the land.
dabawalas,
Law of the land in
dabawalas,
India, right? In India, all of us pay GST, so we can't do anything on that. Maybe the behavioral aspect of the delivery boy. The delivery boy should be well dressed, should use proper language, and should keep his language polite, isn't it? And if he is not actually, complying to all of this, then that could also lead to customer dissatisfaction. Anything that can lead to customer dissatisfaction should be considered as a failure. Am I right?
yes.
So we now listed out some failure. One is delayed delivery. The other one is wrong delivery. The other one is item mismatch. The other one is packaging issues. Packaging is not proper. Food got, mixed up even before coming to your hand. And the final one is the delivery boy is not behaving properly. His language is not proper. His dressing is not proper. The way of he handling the food and he just throws food at your door. And all these things are, not correct. So can you all see 5 different ways of failure in our discussion? I repeat the 5. The first one is delayed delivery.
Yep.
Second one is the wrong delivery.
Wrong delivery.
The third one is the item mismatch. The fourth one is the packaging issues. The fifth one is behavioral issues of the delivery boy. These are called failure possibilities or possibilities of failure. If this failure happens, first of all, you must define each one of them. One is different from other. Can you see that, all of you? It's not all of them are, same failure. All of them are different failures. So there are 5 ways failure can happen in this process. And each possible failure is known as a defect opportunity. isn't it? Each possible failure is known as a defect opportunity. If it actually happens, then it is called as a defect, isn't it? So what is a defect here? If there is a requirement and if that is not met, we call it a defect,
Yes.
isn't it? The equivalent languages are failure to conform the requirement. So the definition of defect is any form of non-conformance to customer requirement. In the case of Swiggy or Swiggy or Zomato, there are 5 requirements. Items should come within the committed time, and the delivery should be, always the correct delivery, and the item should always match, and then the delivery boy should always behave properly, and packaging should be always, tagged. So if these are the possible failures, and now we have a clear-cut definition of each and everything. Now, all of you tell me, if I ask you to write down the definition for each and every type of failure, will you be able to write correctly in a way that everybody reads your definition, they could understand? Yes or no?
No,
Difficult.
Difficult. So we have to bring in that clarity first of all. When you want to arrest any problem, the first thing is you must make everyone understand the problem with your language. If there are 100 people, all 100 people should come to the same understanding. If 100 people understand the problem in 100 different ways, definitely all of them as a team cannot solve the problem, right? So first of all, we must define the problem. We need to write down a proper definition. Sometimes we call it, the operational definition also. So that it becomes, problem becomes measurable. Unless and until you measure the problem, you will not be able to understand whether the problem is really big or small. If you can't measure, tell me, how are you going to improve? Improvement is, will become impossible if measurability is not there. So the first and foremost thing towards, improvement is making the problem measurable. So right now we are talking about defects. So each and every defect we need to define, and we should also find a way to measure them. So first of all, let us talk about the first one, delivery time. Tell me, is that Swiggy or Zomato, they are measuring their delivery time right now?
Yes,
Are
sir.
they able to measure the delivery time?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
The app it will show
Tracking
it
it,
on the
yeah.
wheels.
They have a mobile application.
Yes.
No manual effort is required, or no additional effort is required. They made it as part of their process. As soon as you place the order, the time is recorded.
Yep.
And immediately a commitment is made. Food will be delivered in 30 minutes. So the customer requirement is now well defined. Upper spec is 30 minutes, lower spec is 0 minutes theoretically. And now the delivery actually happens. As soon as the food is delivered, the app will understand that, isn't it? Through the GPS, whether the delivery boy has reached near your place or not. Earlier, they used OTP and all. Now they just use the GPS system to detect. And once they are very close to your place, now the order is considered
Delivered, yeah.
delivered. And so that means they're really serious about measuring their performance with respect to each of the customer requirement. And the requirement what we are talking about is delivery time. When I say delivery time, I think all of you could correctly understand what do I mean by delivery time, isn't it? And now we can also come out with a definition. The starting point of the delivery time is the moment the order is accepted by the restaurant. The starting point is the moment the order is accepted or confirmed by the restaurant. And the end point is the moment the item is delivered, or the moment the delivery boy reached your place. Within 100 meters, there is a definition. You can read all of this, when you actually open your Zomato or Swiggy app. These are all written, the terminologies, right? So now the starting point is known, the ending point is known, the time lapsed between the start and end point is known as delivery time. Now all of you are in common line with respect to the understanding of the delivery time.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I
yes,
ask
sir.
all of you to measure the delivery time. Yes, all of you will be able to measure precisely as well as accurately. Both the precision is also possible and accuracy is also possible, because the start point and end point are very clear. all of you can measure in the same manner. I will be able to get a consistency in my measurement. If you don't understand the same manner, then there will be a lot of inconsistency. One person will say 10 minutes, other person will say 12 minutes, and then my readings will become useless. Consistency is one thing. Another thing is the accuracy. The actual time taken by the delivery boy is 21 minutes. And all of you will also report 21 minutes. Now your readings are accurate. Your readings are not only consistent, your readings are also accurate. Closeness to the true value is accuracy, isn't it? And if all the readings are close to each other, we call it precise. I need both precision as well as accuracy, which is possible only if I understand my metric properly and if I make it measurable with a proper definition and proper way of measuring the information. All of you are with me on this?
Yes.
So each defect opportunity, right? Each way a failure can happen is known as defect opportunity. And if you make this particular characteristics of the service by Swiggy or Zomato, if you make these characteristics measurable, we in Six Sigma, we give it a special name known as CTQ. We give it a special name known as CTQ, which stands for critical to quality characteristics. Because delivery time has a big impact on the customer satisfaction. Yes or no?
Yes.
This characteristic has a big impact on the customer satisfaction. So we call it as CTQ, critical to quality characteristics. Another reason why we call it as CTQ is it is giving a proper clarity, as well as we could measure the characteristics accurately. So CTQ means the customer requirement is expressed in a measurable manner. It's a metric using which you measure your performance against the customer requirement. That's why we call it as CTQ, critical to quality characteristics. Because customer always say, no, the delivery should be proper. If you ask customer, he will say the delivery should be proper. But what is the meaning of proper? There are 5 sub-points. First one is delivery time. Second one is there should not be any leakage. There should not be any damage in the packaging. So what I'm trying to say here is you must understand all the CTQs when you are actually offering a product or a service. In this example, there are 5 CTQs. If you don't fulfill these 5 CTQs, failures will happen. And each failure, customer will call it as a defect. Right? And each failure, customer will call it as a defect. A presence of a defect in your product or a service sometimes may lead to complete rejection of your product or service by the customer. If your product or service is rejected, then your product will now be called as a defective product. Will now be called as a defective product because there is a complete rejection. Isn't it? Sometimes what happens if something goes wrong, people immediately set it right. At least avoid the rejection. But if you can't set it right, let's say the food is damaged. Do you think the customer will accept it? The packaging is damaged. So he is going to reject it outright. So in this case, the complete service, is a defective service. Customer is not going to pay. So there is a difference here. I think all of you could make out between defect and a defective. Defect is a non-conformance that is present in your product. But defective means because of certain non-conformances, the complete product or the service is rejected outright. Sometimes customer does this, sometimes you yourself will do this within your company. If you do this within your company, we call it internal failure. If the same thing is done by customer, we call it external failure. So if an item is rejected by the QC department in your company, then it is an internal failure. Right? If the item is returned by a customer, then it is an external failure.
Effective.
Every time a failure happens, company will be definitely losing a lot of money. What do we call it as? Cost of poor quality. What do we call it as? Cost of poor quality. Whether the failure is internal or external, there is a cost associated, what we call it as cost of poor quality. There is an internal failure cost, there is an external failure cost. Obviously, the external failure cost will be higher compared to the internal failure cost, isn't it? Because the cost of correction will be more. All right. So now our discussion is, there are some failure opportunities, even in the case of Swiggy or Zomato. And we, based on our understanding, we understood there are 5 ways failure can happen. Each way is known as a defect opportunity. Each way a failure can happen is known as defect opportunity. So any organization should measure their performance against these defect opportunities, right? And you have to make certain, you have to identify certain metric and make that metric measurable. If you do it properly, then the metric will be known as CTQ. Just monitor your CTQ and focus on improving your CTQ, your business should grow. Right? If you simply take care of your CTQ metrics, for example, if Swiggy or Zomato, they just ensure every time his item is delivered within the committed delivery time. Every time the packaging is proper while handing over to the customer. And every time there is no mismatch. And every time there is no wrong delivery. And every time the delivery boy behaves properly. Definitely by rule of the nature, the business should grow. We see Swiggy and Zomato growing at a faster rate. Yes or no? This is simply because they have taken care of their CTQs. First of all, they have understood their CTQs correctly. Many a times we struggle a lot to improve our business simply because we don't know what are our CTQs. We work on improving several things, but what matters to your customer? They are known as CTQs. What matters to your business? They are known as CTBs. Critical to quality characteristics one side, but you want profit, you want revenue, you want your share price to be higher, you want more market share. There are many things. These are all CTBs, critical to business. But definitely CTBs will obviously depend on your CTQs. Am I right or not?
Yes.
If your CTQs
Yes,
are
yes.
not up to the mark, obviously your CTBs will also get affected. So this understanding has to be very, very clear. Now you think about your company, your product, your service. Do you have a proper understanding of the CTQs in your product? Then you will be able to better understand the customer satisfaction, better understand your performance, your performance, with respect to the, meeting the customer requirement. Hope it is clear to all of you so far. All right. And similarly, when we measure the delivery time, the measurability is perfect. We found a precise as well as accurate way of measuring. But when I want to understand whether the delivery boy's behavior is proper or not, do you think we can measure it accurately? Looks difficult,
Yes,
isn't it?
by giving feedback review system.
Voice of customer.
Yeah.
By
Yes,
giving
exactly. Voice of customer. We don't have a instrument or a technology as such available. We create a kind of survey question and reach to the customer, ask the right question to the customer, give them the right options, and by the way they answer our questions, we try to understand.
Correct.
So this method is little more complex and little less accurate also, I would say. Hope all of you agree with me.
Yes.
Because the earlier one, the exact time consumed for the delivery is understood. But now there are many additional factors coming and affecting your accuracy. If the customer is not in a mood to give you a feedback, he will simply say everything is okay. If some customer is frustrated, he will say everything is not okay.
Okay.
So there is a chance that your reading can move away from the actual information. Do you understand, all of you? So there are 2 types of data we normally generate. One type of data with the required level of accuracy, the other type of data with the lesser level of accuracy. Clear? One is based on survey, the other one is based on a proper measurement. 2 types of data. All of these things you will be learning as we progress through the course. Define, measure. In measure base, we will talk in detail about this. Right now, you understand that there are two forms of data available. But which is the better format? The measurable data is better format because it allows us to collect with the required amount of precision as well as the required amount of accuracy. Isn't it? Same customer, when he is in a great mood, he will simply give good rating. And for the same service, when the customer is in a bad mood, he will give a bad rating. Can you see the precision is getting affected here? He is not giving the rating consistently, isn't it? One time he says good, and for the same thing, the other time he says bad. The consistency is poor. As a result, accuracy will also be poor. So, to the extent possible, try to collect your data in a measurable manner. Spend some time. Find out a way to collect the fact, with the help of, a measurable characteristics. Hope it is understood by all of you, right? And once you do all this exercise, you will be able to really understand your performance, you understand your quality levels, and then you will be able to improve on. Any questions so far? There are many terminologies I introduced right now, right? CTQ is one thing, defect opportunity is other thing, right? And then two
CTB.
types of data. One is measurable data, the other one is data based on survey, which lacks in terms of accuracy. We call such data as attribute data. We call such data as attribute data. The other one is measurable data.
Can
use
you-
measuring in... yes?
Can you repeat this? Attribute data and measurable data.
Attribute data. Attribute data in the sense, the information is not, we can't say the information is very precise or very accurate. There is a chance that it can be less precise and it can be less accurate simply because we rely on the survey. Let's say, for example, after the training is over, we post a feedback form, all of you to give the rating, isn't it? And now the rating 1 to 5. Now you have limited option, first of all. Either you can give 1, you can give 2, 3, 4, or 5. Right? So there are only 5 possibilities. You can't give 4.5 even if you want to. You can't give 3.75 even if you want to, isn't it? The options are limited. That means, automatically, because of the nature of the data, it is less accurate. If you want to give 3.5, either you should choose 3 or you should choose 4. So the accuracy is getting affected. At the same time, there is more chance that, your participants can be less precise also. One person will say 3, the other, for the same thing, the other person will say 4, because it is very subjective in nature. So one format of data, which always, there is a chance to lose our accuracy, and we call it attribute data. The other one is measurable data. Measurable data is your gold mine. Any project you work on, any improvement you want to achieve, try to measure using the measurable data. Find out the characteristics which is measurable, so that you can exactly understand the fact. Okay. So any question you want to ask?
Sir, one more. What is defect opportunity and effective? Difference between
Defect opportunity means
Failure.
any possible way of a failure. Right? Any possible way of a failure is known as a defect. I can define in that manner, or otherwise any form of non-conformance.
Requirement not met.
Any form of non-conformance to customer requirement. Let's say customers come to your dental hospital. They all, majority of them, they want to meet you within 30 minutes of waiting time. But then you have a system there in a way that anybody comes, they have to wait for at least 3 hours. This is not serving the purpose. Can you see that? So everybody is patient enough to wait for 30 minutes, but then more than 30 minutes, they are not ready. You will see them slowly moving on to the other dentists in the same place, simply because you have not understood that, isn't it? Probably you need to introduce some kind of appointment system or something, or increase the number of dentists there. Somehow you make sure every patient coming to your hospital is attended at least within 30 minutes.
Okay, you
But how
can
do
see
you-
it as a quality indicator. Wow.
Yeah, this is one of the quality indicator, exactly.
Mm.
So you should also be deliver your service, as per the speed decided by the customer. That is also an aspect of quality. Okay, and defect and defective, any non-conformance that is present in your product is a defect. Any non-conformance that is present in your product or in your service is a defect.
Excuse me, sir.
If
In
the-
short, every CTQ you can say as defective opportunity.
Yeah, every CTQ
Yeah,
is also
CTQ
known
is a
as a defect
defect.
opportunity. Every CTQ is also a defect opportunity. And if the presence of a defect leads to complete rejection of a product or a service, then the product or a service should be called a defective product or a defective service. Clear?
Sorry, sir. Even if it is repairable or reworkable, then also it is a defective.
That's what. You see, if it is repairable, you don't call your product as defective. You repair it, but there is a defect. But still a defect happened, and then you repair it, you rework
Cost
it,
involved.
set it right, and then, make it acceptable. But if you can't make it acceptable, the product should be called as
Defect.
defective product.
Defective.
All right?
Hospital. Career.
Able to mute Mihir Vaidya, you have to mute.
Sir, actually, last one question from my side.
Yeah, please.
Can say in easy manner, accurate and precision. What is the difference?
Yeah.
Accurate.
Precision means consistency.
Okay.
Precision means consistency. Accuracy means closeness to the true value.
Okay.
Precision means consistency. If I ask all of you to measure, all of you should get me the same value.
Okay. Okay.
If each one of you are getting a different value, I don't have a consistent measurement system. There is a lot of inconsistency, right? So the beginning itself is not correct. So end cannot be correct. So consistency is the key.
Okay.
After ensuring consistency, you must focus on accuracy. What is accuracy? All of you should bring a reading exactly equal to the true value. Say, for example, if I ask you the time, what is the time right now? What is the time right now?
12:20.
20.
12:20.
Can you see consistency? Everyone is saying 12:20.
Precision, yeah.
And can you also see accuracy here?
Yes.
This is the basic requirement. Otherwise, your measurement system is invalid. I can definitely involve all of you in my project because you're all helping me to collect a precise reading as well as accurate reading. I mean, the data is precise and accurate. Somehow, if you don't understand my language or there is some limitation, you all tell me different reading, then there is a problem. I am confused.
Like we have to follow the standards, anything.
Exactly. You have to take some measures to ensure your measurement system brings consistent readings and also accurate readings. Then only your data is worthy for analysis. Otherwise, your data will be unworthy. All right?
Sir,
can I
proceed?
Yeah.
Can I come?
Yes,
come?
sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Please let me know. I'm going to give you a check, cross check. Gopal Shivakumar normally tells that we will have a tea break, right? We will have a tea break for 15 minutes. But then sharply he will come after 10 minutes and then start. And RK being his disciple, RK also started giving break for 15 minutes. And then 3:15 I will give a break, 15 minutes break. But 3:25 I will start. That is immediately after 10 minutes it will start. So we give you a schedule of 15 minutes break and start exactly after 10 minutes. Now tell me, Gopal Shivakumar and RK both are accurate or precise?
Precise, but not accurate.
Very good. Very good. Now, Gopal Shivakumar tells 15 minutes break and starts exactly after 15 minutes. And RK also, being his disciple, follows the same, gives 15 minutes break, starts exactly after 15 minutes. Now tell me, both RK and Gopal Chokmar are precise or accurate?
Precise and accurate.
Consistency.
Very good, precise and accurate. Very good. We want both, right?
Mm.
It's not that accuracy alone is precise and accurate. Thank you very much.
Very good. All right. And now you have some clarity. You know what is a defect? You know what is a defect opportunity? Right? And now Six Sigma performance means the defect rate should be lesser than or equal to 3.4 DPMO. Defect rate, if the defect rate is lesser than 3.4 DPMO. Now I'm bringing a new terminology, DPMO. What does it stand for? Defects per million opportunity. Defects per million opportunity. If there are 1 million opportunities, how many times you are going to fail? If you limit the failure to 3 or 4, your performance is Six Sigma performance, near perfect performance. All of you, do you understand what is Six Sigma?
Yes.
Yes.
Let us say in the Swiggy or Zomato, how many CTQs we had?
5.
5 CTQs. Let's say in 1 hour, how many deliveries Swiggy or Zomato will be making in a particular city in 1 hour time? Approximately. In 1 hour, how many deliveries in a city?
1,000.
1,000, 2,000. Any figure.
No, it should be in lakhs.
Some
It
lakhs.
should be in lakhs, right? Let's say 1 lakh for just to simplify the discussion. 1 lakh deliveries are happening in 1 hour in a city. Now for the same duration, what will be the opportunities for failure? Total opportunity for failure. Every delivery, you have failed 5 opportunities. But in 1 hour, 1 lakh delivery is happening. Now what is the total number of opportunities for a failure?
5
lakh.
5 lakhs. Now there are 5 lakh failures possible within 1 hour time. Now you count your failures. How many customer complaints are coming? Right? After 1 hour, you realize there are 12,000 complaints received in your customer care. Now will you be able to measure your performance in terms of DPMO? Every 1 lakh, how many complaints coming?
Sir, defects will
every
not
5
be
lakh.
5 lakhs, sir.
Yeah,
Defects
sorry,
will
every
be
5 lakh.
5 in 5 lakhs.
Every 5 lakh, 12,000 complaints are coming. 1 million means what?
10 lakh.
10 lakhs.
10 lakh. So for every 10 lakh, how many complaints you might receive?
24,000, sir.
24,000.
24,000 is the DPMO. In order to claim that your performance is Six Sigma, the DPMO must be less than 3.4. Hope all of you understand.
3,000.
Sir,
Sir,
can
can
you
you please come
Yes,
back
sir.
once again?
Yeah, DPMO means defects per million opportunities.
No, that I understood. The example we were talking about, the 1 lakh.
We just have taken the example of Swiggy or Zomato. We just limited our study to 1 hour.
Okay.
Right? In 1 hour, there are 1 lakh deliveries happening.
Hmm.
Every delivery can go wrong in 5 different ways.
Yes.
There are 5 possibilities. So opportunities are 5 per delivery, and deliveries are 1 lakh delivery. So total opportunities are 1 lakh into 5. 5 lakh opportunities.
Yeah.
Correct.
DPMO means number of defects or mistakes out of 1 million
5 lakh.
opportunities.
Yes.
So for 5 lakh, 12,000 means 1 million means 10 lakh. So for 10 lakh, 24,000 mistakes are happening or expected. So my performance is 24,000 DPMO. I am counting my performance in terms of DPMO, or I am measuring my performance in terms of DPMO. Please understand, all of you, DPMO is an indicator of your failure rate, your rate of failure.
Sir, how did you come to
24,000
the
is
How did you get this 24,000?
12,000? 12,000. How did you get?
And
Sir?
24. Yeah.
no. You have to actually record. You have to record.
12,000 complaint in 1 hour.
All the customer complaints received by your customer care are considered as a mistake or a failure or a defect.
But how did you reach the 12,000
It
number?
was a random figure. Was that a random figure? 12,000?
Yeah, your data collection strategy.
Sir,
Acha.
I
Say
have
for
one doubt.
example, for you food is delivered late. Now what will you do? You cancel your food.
Yep.
And now the Zomato they come to know food is not delivered on time, and so you are cancelled.
Yep.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And after that, a survey call comes. They will be asking you whether the packaging was good or not. If you say good, there is no problem. If you say no, packaging is bad, then what happens? Another failure has happened. Do you understand?
Sir, I
You
have one
need
doubt.
to, yeah.
We have to calculate whatever it is considered as 1 million, sir. If I'm having
Yeah,
only
see,
1,000 opportunity, so I have to
you convert that into if this many mistake happens in 1,000, how many mistake will happen in million? Very simple calculation.
okay.
If you earn 1,000 rupees a day, how much you will earn in 30 days? Simple
come
questions,
again.
right? You
I
are
didn't get
making
it.
1,000 rupees every day. Then how
Okay.
much you will earn after 30 days?
30,000.
Same logic only. Right?
But we cannot
Every
calculate the mistakes on some millions, no, sir. We cannot consider that in calculations. Like for 1,000, I am having only 10 mistakes, but in 1 million, I don't have to consider like that, no, sir.
see, it is a prediction. Please understand. See, either you have to wait till the 1 million count is reaching, or otherwise with just 100 or 200 sample study. You study only over a period of 1 hour time, but then you measure your performance, for the whole month. Isn't it? See, there are data collection strategies by which you can make your estimate more and more accurate. For example, we are all going to conduct an examination for all of you. Am I right?
Yes.
That is also a sampling strategy. We are not going to ask all questions.
No, but
We are going to ask only 50 questions. But with that 50 question, we will try to assess your understanding on the complete body of knowledge. Yes or no?
yes.
Yes.
So sampling, you should be very good in, planning your data collection. How to collect the data, isn't it? And when to collect the data, how much data, can it be a good indicator of your performance? And you also have that responsibility also. So
One
that
question, sir.
you get the right estimate. Yes, Mr. Sabi, yeah.
My question is nowadays is a boom of the automation and many things has come to the ground as a ChatGPT. Kind of many things is there. So might be in future this all Lean Sigma methodology what we are using by mind might be it is coming by the machines if we give all the things
become obsolete, right?
So all the things will be coming by the robotics. So instead of doing the manual calculation, manual data collection, manual work, analyzing defects per million, these things will be happen within seconds by the machines.
True, very true.
Data is required, no?
Very, very true.
Machines will collect
This
all
is
the
called
data.
Organizational learning and growth. Every organization will learn, but they have to start somewhere.
So where will we
They
at
have to
that
start
time?
somewhere, and slowly, they will be at the most advanced level, as you are talking right now. Nobody will be collecting data. Data will be recorded in real time. As the patient comes to your hospital, automatically time is recorded. As the patient is allowed to enter the doctor's cabin, that time is also captured. A camera is watching and that is recording. These are all possible. See, process in the starting stage, there will be a lot of manual activities. And so what will happen? There will be a lot of error. Everything will be happening, isn't it? A normal process performed completely manually. Then what happened? People found some way of some tools. Some mechanization happened. And that has later become electrification. Electrical motors, etc. were used. And then they automated. And now they digitized. Isn't it? This is called, the industrial revolution. Process, so in some companies, you see the process running in a completely manual method. And so the effectiveness will not be there, efficiency will not be there. And so improvement is needed. They improve on it. and during the improvement, they might absorb some, some latest whatever technology that is currently available. That might be, using some mechanical tools or using some, the electrifying some of the activity. And so what happened? The process will now perform at a little better level. But still, if there are failures, you must arrest it. Once everything is arrested, why do you want manual task now? No failures are possible now. Please automate it. Please automate it, right? But now people want everything to be digital. They want to see everything, in their palm. And now you use the latest technology, cloud technology, etc., etc. You don't even have to go to the factory. You see what's happening just by, opening your mobile application. So ultimately, what is common here is process. If the process is too good, you immediately, adopt the latest technology and then you digitize it. That's all. But if your process
I got
is,
it, sir. I got, yeah.
the process is not up to the
Yes,
mark,
yes.
what is the point of automating? You automate it, then there will be more troubles. But we are talking about the process which is under trouble. But definitely a day will come where a complete factory will be run without any, employees inside.
Manpower.
There could be a hospital without any doctors. We don't know.
We are running 8 processes in our organization. It will
Yeah.
most probably
And
within
now
5
the books are written without writers. They only add their name. So this will happen. And we should also adopt the technologies fast. We should be, accurate also at the same time, we should adopt the technologies faster also. Many companies, they will be very adamant to change. They don't change. Still, you can see many companies keeping their workplace, completely like, lot of clutters, not completely unorganized. You see 90% of the work happening in the manual methods. And definitely, on all those scenarios, yes, you need to look at the process, make some corrections, improve it, and make it more and more effective, more and more efficient. And then you can move on to the next stage, which is automation. All right. So
One
see,
question,
we are
sir.
talking about the basics now, but the advanced technologies, yes. If you think you can switch to the advanced technologies, yes, you switch. And that is also needed.
Now this defect should only be measured in millions, huh? Why not in thousands? then?
No. See, there are different ways. I am only introducing one way of measuring. In Six Sigma, this is terminology, DPMO. What is your DPMO? Then I know your level of performance. If you are 3.4, if your DPMO is 3.4, that means you have reached the Six Sigma capability. Isn't it? But if your DPMO is 24,000, I understand, okay, you are below Six Sigma, maybe 5 Sigma or 5.5 Sigma, that level. So there are some tools, calculators, which we will be teaching you, like our, who asked the question. We are also going to give you a template. RK was saying, I'll give you a template. I think Safi asked the question. So RK will make a template, which will do your job. You don't have to break your head to calculate the DPMO. You only feed your data, and RK's template will give you DPMO, will give you Sigma level, will give you many other information. That means that template is acting as, is doing your job.
Automation.
This is what we call it artificial intelligence. What a person can do now, an application is doing, or a software is doing. What I am doing, if a hardware is doing, then I call it robotics. Isn't it? There are different terminologies, but ultimately, it is, the process has to be very, sound and effective. If RK's template is not giving the correct result, what is the use of the AI? Isn't it? So likewise, these are terminologies I'm just introducing, but definitely, we'll go deeper and deeper. So now that you have a clarity between defect, defectives, and also defect opportunities, am I right?
Yes.
And in a garment, you see a shirt here. Can you name few defects in a shirt? You are buying a shirt, and can you name few defects that may happen in a shirt?
Sir, button by 6.
Button.
Buttons
Color
are broken.
There might be some small holes.
Stitches.
Stitches are not proper.
small spots on
Size.
the
Looks
wheels.
faded.
Very good. So there are some fadings and there is an issue with the color. There are so many things, right? These are all known as defects. These are all known as defects, and we already spoke about defective also. If a small stain is there in your shirt, do you think customer will buy it?
No.
No, the
Now the shirt should be called as a
Defective.
defective shirt.
Defective
Now
shirt.
that will be sold on the road, not in a showroom. Right? So defect is one thing, defective is other thing, and defect opportunity means any form of non-conformance.
non-conformance.
Any form of non-conformance is a defect. You can use these terminologies for any kind of product, be it a shirt, be it a chair, or be it your car windshield. Do you think your car windshield will also have some defects possible? That should also be checked for defects.
Yes.
Your car windshield, the glass through which you see the road, that should be clear, should have the appropriate color, should withstand certain amount of the load. Yes or no? These are all customer requirement. If your product is not meeting those requirements, obviously your product cannot sell. If your product will definitely will create problems in the market. But if you fulfill all these requirements, make all these defects impossible, then you will see your product performing well in the market and your market share will improve. Hope it is clear. So what we do is we
sir?
will do a
Yeah, sir, could you explain one more time for the defect opportunities?
any form of non-conformance. For example, I am explaining the slides. Every slide I am explaining. If I don't explain the slide, and if I explain the slide and you don't understand, then I am committing a defect. Yes or no?
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's say in my slide, there is a spelling mistake. The name of the defect, I don't know the spelling. That is another form of defect I can make, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There are different ways things can go wrong.
Sir, can I come, sir?
Every possibility of a failure should be considered a defect opportunities. If you are truly concerned about quality, you must list down all your defect opportunities and convert all of them into CTQs. What are CTQs? Critical to quality capabilities.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sir, can I
Which
come?
means you have now made it measurable. Yes, sir. RK sir, you can add.
Yeah. Please note, I will give you technically defined. A product has specifications. Yes or no?
Yes.
A product has many specifications. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. If your product is not meeting any of the specifications, please carefully read my word. If your product is not meeting any of the specifications, each one is called a defect. Okay. If the product is not meeting all the specifications, it is
Defective product.
defective. Understood? I want to buy a computer. Now I see that there are a problem in the color, faded color. There are some scratches on the cover. These are all specification defects. Yes or no? It is not meeting my specifications. Color has to be perfectly attractive. It is not. So it is called a defect. And then it is not charging in 5 hours. It is not meeting the specifications. It has to get fully charged in 5 hours. I can buy still. It is a defect, but it neither charges, nor the color is good, nor it is functioning. All the specifications are not met. Then will I buy that computer?
That's a
I will be
defective now.
rejecting. A defective will be rejected. A defect item is accepted conditionally. Defects are conditionally accepted. Defective, outrightly rejected. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Again, the final decision depends, from your customer to
Let's
customer to
defect,
customer.
let's-
Yeah. It
Yes.
depends on the scenario. All right. So we will also be doing don't worry, all of you. We'll also be doing a live exercise to understand what is your defect.
decided.
Sorry.
Okay. I want all the participants to be, pay complete attention here. Otherwise, later on, you will be in deep trouble. Right? So we are explaining you the basics. Try to, pay full attention and be very, very strong with the basics so that you can comfortably learn the advanced tools. Otherwise, without having the clarity here, then when we talk about the statistical tools, advanced tools, and that time, helping you will be difficult for us. Yes, Mr. Anil, you want to ask something?
Oh, yes, sir, thank you. So, as I understand, even one defects make a whole unit defective. It's not-
Possible. It depends on the criticality of the defect.
And how we can define the non-conformance?
No, normally, no, it is the customer gives the criteria. Customer gives specification, RK clearly mentioned. Customer gives specification. These are all I want. Even one of it is not met, I'm not going to accept the product. Now, the condition for rejecting a product is, even if there is one requirement is not met, the product will be rejected. So make sure whether you can do some rework or something so that, internally you can correct all of this. But finally, if the customer sees a defect and he is going to send you a product back, that means you supplied a defective item. All
Sir,
right.
actually, this is Charan. I had two doubts. For example, if the defect is accepted conditionally by the customer, in that case, it is not mandatory to be the CTQ. Am I right, sir? Or else, even though if it is accepted, we have to consider as a CTQ.
See, accepted or conditionally accepted. Conditionally accepted also accepted for me.
Yes.
Because that's a condition.
Yeah. In that case, I need to consider as a CTQ that.
Like, see, for example, even if you answer 40% of the question wrongly, we are still going to declare you as, green belt. Every question you answer wrongly, you are committing a defect.
Okay.
But we are ready to tolerate up to 40% of the questions you can answer wrongly.
Okay, understood.
But if you commit more than 40%, then your mark will be below 60%. And now we are going to deny.
Okay.
We will route you through the process again.
Sir,
So
can I come?
it is the, by definition, the requirements will be clear. All right. So don't worry, all of you. I'm
Sir,
only,
one second, sir. Can I come?
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Please note, I am just going off the record, this thing one. The purpose of this course is not to give you solutions, because Gopal Shivakumar or RK are not the fit person to give you solutions. Understand? Number one. Number two, all the decisions will be taken by you, and only if taken by you will be the correct decisions. Clear? This is what the purpose of this course is to give you, instill confidence on you. Well, then what is the purpose of this course, sir? The purpose of this course is only to table you all the tools and techniques. The tools and techniques we are going to thoroughly teach you. You are going to master the tools and techniques. Then what do you do with the tools is up to you, right? It is just like giving a needle, no? The needle, you can use the needle only for certain purposes. If I give you a needle for stitching cloth, you can't use it to stitch it for rice bags, right? Similarly, the tools and CTQ, somebody was telling, no, CTQ's got this and all. Please note, I think there is a lot of clarity required on this understanding of CTQ by is. What is CTQ? It is critical to quality. The CTQ itself is varying in different terms, yeah. You know what is CTB? I will say CTX. Do you know what is CTX? You don't know, but please note, CTX is nothing but CTQ, CTX is nothing but CTP, CTX is nothing but CTB, CTS is nothing but CT, all the alphabets. If it is critical to business, it is CTB. If it is critical to the customer, it is critical to CTC. If it is critical to quality, is CTQ. That's all. It is a metric. The metric will not be given by customer because customer does not know what he will say, kitna aata hai. Kitna liter aata hai. Right? What do you mean by kitna liter aata hai? I don't understand. But it is a design engineer who is going to convert this into kilometers per hour or liters per hour and things like that. So this critical to quality is nothing but a metric used for the Six Sigma process. What is criticality? You have to decide. Understand? Thank you very much, sir. Please.
Thank you.
Very good. So don't worry, we will be doing a live exercise today after lunch. You bring your GEMS chocolate. We are going to find out what are the CTQs or define some CTQs. We are going to do the calculations, DPMO ourselves, and then there will be a crystal clear clarity. But still, I think you all could still understand the language easily, right? All the terminologies. So we got one understanding about Six Sigma. Six Sigma means near perfect performance, keeping our failures lesser than 3.4 DPMO. That's all. The first definition of Six Sigma. Hereafter, when somebody asks you what is Six Sigma means our performance is measured in terms of DPMO. And if the DPMO is lesser than 3.4, we call it Six Sigma performance. Right? Six Sigma performance means the defect rates are lesser than 3.4 DPMO. You can also call it, the failure rate or defect rate. All are same. All right. And now,
One question, sir. Yeah,
yes.
3.4 DPMO means 3.4% or 3 or 4 mistakes you have
In a
in
million.
one
Percentage, percentage is another way of measuring our performance. Now we have taught you a new way of measuring any performance of any process. Hereafter, DPMO is another tool in your packet. Do you understand? Now you have another tool in your packet, which whenever needed, you use it. Percentage also you can use it. Let's say 90% pass percentage. You might have asked, at the time of joining, sir, when I register, what is the pass rate? 100% could have been the answer. Isn't it? So we are trying to understand the success rate. Sometimes we want to know the success rate, sometimes we want to know the failure rate. Some manufacturing company, they say 5% rejection. What is this 5%? Success or failure? Failure.
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 So DPMO also an indicator of failure rate.
Failure rate.
But you should know the meaning of it so that you exactly understand what's happening in your shop floor, what's exactly happening in your organization. Isn't it? The different ways of understanding.
So DPMO is defined in different sector. Varies also, no?
Whenever needed. Measure phase. Normally we need it in measure phase. Always, if you say you are making an improvement, we'll ask you what are you going to improve. Isn't it? And now you have to express your improvement with some metric. And that metric, how are you going to measure? Sometimes it is in percentage. Sir, I am going to reduce the rejection from 10% to 5%. Now, what is that I'm using? Percentage. Isn't it rejection percentage? Rejection rate. Current rejection rate is 10% and target rejection rate is 5%. Sometimes we will say, sir, we will improve the yield from 90% to 95%. These are different metrics. Don't worry. You will be learning. Right now, whatever I speak, if you could understand, all good. Going good. Right? Ultimately, final day, we will tell everything, is already known to you. Don't worry. You think that, all these things are new, but actually you are measuring your performance already in some other manner. Am I correct or not? All of you are already measuring your performance, isn't it? You
Yes, sir.
measure,
Yes, sir.
using some way, but now we are teaching, another way. But all of them finally take you to the same point. And there is also a relationship. So Six Sigma is not something, very different. It is whatever you do and you do it systematically, then it is Six Sigma. All right. So park the Six Sigma on one side. But in Six Sigma, the primary focus is on quality. The primary focus is on quality. To achieve the quality, we work on defect reduction. One after the other. First project, second project, third project, several projects I do to arrest all the defects. Now I am very, very confident that anything I produce will be accepted by the customer. Do you understand? How do you gain this confidence? Because you arrested all possible defects. Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
I improved my process, gradually. Now my process is completely, defect free. Isn't it? So Six Sigma is an approach to produce defect-free product and offer defect-free services. So the customer, the brand image will improve like anything. People simply close their eyes and then buy your brand. Simply because you have taken all proactive measures to prevent the defects. Defects can't happen just like that. Clear? All right. And now,
One question, sir.
yeah, another question. Yes. So many
Sorry.
questions.
See, always whenever we are talking about the quality, you said, think about the Six Sigma.
Hmm.
So other than Six Sigma, we don't have any other technology nowadays. We are in a fast form. So other than this, do we have any? Yeah, always we have to speak about the 7QC and the Six Sigma and the Lean. Other than this, we don't have it. No need to think about any other, right?
Sir, I'll answer this. Sir, please vote.
Okay.
I want to
Yeah.
lead a good life. Right? All of
Okay.
us would like to lead a good life. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
No, what should I do? I should lead a good life. I should get married first. Yes or no? Right?
Yes.
Now I will
Maybe.
concentrate on getting married first.
Yes and no.
Depends.
No,
Or-
we have to
getting
follow
something.
who's already doing the good life.
Yeah, who is already leading a good life, right? Now what should he do? He must now concentrate on satisfying his wife. Yes or no? So the goal shifts there. So you want quality. I want to do Six Sigma. No, you will have to do something else. You will have to apply Lean. So Lean Six Sigma, we call it. That means do it both. Get married and also do good things. Yes or no? That is what somebody was telling. Already I'm leading a good life, doing something. No, that is not enough. Do something more. Right? I lead all good things. Yeah. Whoever wants money, I'm giving money. What will happen to me after a few years? Tell me. I give my money to all of you. I am a good person. What will happen after 2 years? I'll become a pauper. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Will I lead a good life then later?
No.
My goal shifts. Therefore, quality is very important. It changes. Why it is changing? Because customer is changing. Right? Customer is changing. Customer's requirement keeps changing. Therefore, today there may be agile technology. Tomorrow there will be something else. Day after tomorrow something may be. Again, you will come back to Lean and Six Sigma only. Therefore, Lean and Six Sigma are just methodologies. Right? We all say we have to be good. Yes or no? I get a son, I get a child. I want my child to be very good child or very bad child. I want my child to be a good child. Right? But what do you mean by good? There are so many. So it comes, there are so many technologies, all tells the same thing. Meet the customer requirement consistently. That is what is ultimate Bible. Yes or no? So how you approach to satisfy the customer consistently, do that. Thank you very much. What we are teaching is the tools and a method for that. A structured method for that. That's all.
All right. See, you can use any method that can solve your problem. Not necessarily Six Sigma, but Six Sigma can work in all scenarios. There are simple problems, there are moderate problems, there are complex problems. There are problems with solutions readily available. There are problems with unknown solution. There are problems with unknown solution and unknown root causes. Isn't it? Different scenarios. If you think of Six Sigma, you can use it in all scenarios. The other approaches like Kaizen is an approach, QC Circle is an approach, and companies follow other methodologies, PDCA, A3, 8D, or different models are also available. You can adopt. Nothing wrong. But this is more scientific, more systematic, can help you solve all kind of problem. If you are an expert in Six Sigma, you are almost an expert in all the other methods also. You will not have any problem in learning and adopting any other methodology if you master it, right? So slowly you will understand, as you get educated on the terminologies, tools and techniques. All right. So in Six Sigma, our focus was on quality. Our focus was on producing defect-free products, offering defect-free services. That means we are trying to do things right at the first time. We want to proactively prevent defects. That means anything we do, the output should be always as per the requirement. Can you see the expectation of perfection here? This is what we call it, Six Sigma approach. You do things right at the first time. And we also call it as process effectiveness. This is known as process effectiveness. A process is considered effective if it can produce defect-free products. Imagine there are 30 participants here. If all 30 of you clear the exam in the first attempt, can we consider the training as effective training?
Yes.
That's all, right? Similarly, you produce 10,000 parts, or you offer your service to 10,000 people. All 10,000 people says, no, your service is fantastic. That means your process is effective. Your performance is, super effective. This is again of Six Sigma, isn't it? So in Six Sigma, our focus is on quality and, making our process more and more effective, and defect reduction. Any initiative or any project that you do with the primary focus of defect reduction should be called as a Six Sigma project. Very, very simple. And now we move on to another perspective, which is known as lean. And see here, all of you, can you make out this? What is this first image?
It's of Airtel one.
Yeah, Airtel recharge card.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
okay.
All of you might have seen this 10 years before.
Yes, sir.
Very
Yes,
old
sir.
way of recharging our mobile phones. We go to a shop, recharge shop, pay 100 rupees, and then they open something like your,
Scratch it and
like a visiting card or as a credit card. No, such a costlier process they earlier had. And then we open the seal and scratch out the what do you call, some kind of silver nitrate or whatever, and then we get the 16-digit number. Now, do you think we are still following all these procedures?
No.
No, sir.
Now, what we need our phone to get recharged, isn't it? And why we have to print this kind of cards? But people don't know all of this 10 years before they print it, isn't it? And then they transported it to several places. People have to invest and keep stock of all of this so that people can buy. But now everything is happening. But where are the cards? Cards have gone. Procedures have gone. No stock of the cards. No transportation. So fulfilling the customer requirement is important. At the same time, how you fulfill them, that is also important. Yes or no? Customer wants their phone to get recharged. They are ready to pay for it. But how you recharge them? So what do you produce is also important, and how do you produce is also important. Do you understand? So just by adopting to the latest technology, the digital way of recharging the mobile, we just pay using some mobile app, and then our phone is getting recharged. We are not even moving to the shop. Can you see that? Lot of activities, lot of work, and which we were doing earlier. Now we realize they are not needed, and so they are all eliminated from being part of your process. This is known as lean thinking. Can you see that, all of you? This is known as lean thinking. Earlier, my focus was on the output. Now I made my output perfect. Now I started focusing on the input. How much amount of input I consume to produce this output? Do you understand? Our focus is changing. Earlier, our focus was on producing a defect-free output. Now, what is our focus? How much amount of input I consume? All of you understand my language?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We get
Very
it.
good.
We get it. Yeah.
So,
Yes, it is
just-
very more,
yeah.
more clear.
just by changing to the new way of recharging the mobile, two types of wasteful activities are eliminated. Sometimes because these are not adding value. Customer don't know, they don't care whether you print the card or not. What matters to me is my phone must be recharged. That's all. So you printing the card, you packaging it, you transporting it is not value adding, is not adding any value in the eyes of the customer. Am I correct or not?
Correct.
Actually, it is troubling the customer. Customer has to walk to your shop and pay you, and so many things he has to do. And so this is not actually, productive from the customer's viewpoint. Same product, I could get it without even doing all of this. So these are all known as non-value adding activities. In plain English, they are called as wasteful activities. Any kind of work you do that doesn't add value in the eyes of the customer are known as wasteful activities. This approach, this thinking is known as lean thinking. If you understand this, you will be able to, produce your output by consuming only the required amount of input. No excessive consumption of the input. Or you can also say no excessive consumption of the resources. Resource can be stationary materials. Resource can be manpower. Resource can be machineries. Resource can be water, air, everything. Hope all of you understand. Even time is also a resource. Consume less of the resources to produce your output. This is known as lean thinking. Clear, all of you? You all understand
Yes,
now
yes.
the primary focus of lean is optimizing the resource consumption. The primary focus of lean is optimizing the resource consumption. But the primary focus of Six Sigma was defect reduction.
Correct.
Now we are trying to optimize our resource consumption, or in other words, waste elimination. Or otherwise, waste elimination. Defect reduction is Six Sigma, waste reduction is lean. Now, in this example, two types of waste are eliminated. One is you don't have to transport your printed cards. Transportation is eliminated. Just ask yourself, are there any excessive transportation or unnecessary transportation happening in your business? You might be running a school or a college, or you might be, producing some product, and you have to move material between, your warehouse and your production shop floor. You have to bring the raw material from different sources. Just think, are you incurring or facing this excessive transportation wherever? If needed, if that cannot be avoided, that's a different story. But if it is, happening in excess, yes, definitely that is a waste. Another thing is, nowadays the recharge stores, they no need to keep stock of all these, recharge cards. Earlier, if you want to start a recharge store, you must invest for about 1 lakh or 2 lakh. You have to buy them in advance. Now you don't have to buy. Maybe 5,000 rupees you pay, and they will, charge your mobile. From there, you can distribute to your customer. If that 5,000 is consumed, then another 5,000. So what you have been doing, what kind of business you are doing with 50,000 and 1 lakh, the same thing you are now able to do in just 5,000 rupees. Can you see that, all of you? Isn't it? And this is the biggest advantage of reducing your inventory. Your money will not be blocked. Your money is available for other purpose. You don't have to pay interest. All these benefits you will be able to realize if you understand inventory is also a waste. Inventory in any form, raw material or finished product or semi-finished product. But always lean says that, keep what is needed. You keep what is needed. So you should know how much is needed, right? So inventory is a waste. Another thing is transportation is a waste. And now the third, this image. What you see here, can you see people standing in a queue? We do see the queue in ration shop. We see the queue in banks. We sometimes see the queue in hospitals. There are many places we see the queue. What are they doing there?
Waiting for their chance. Waiting for
They're
their
just standing.
yeah.
Right? They're just standing. And if you are also one among the person in the queue, do you find it value adding?
No.
No.
You're actually wasting your time, isn't it? And maybe why you are made to wait in the queue? Because the process is not so effective or not so efficient, and so you have to wait. 5 years before, we all used to wait in banks to collect our salary, isn't it? Even sometimes we apply off-day leave to withdraw our salary. Remember, we go to the bank by traveling several kilometers, petrol,
check.
vehicle used, and then a form is issued and token is issued. We fill up the form, wait in the queue, and then people give the currency, you count it, come back, and then pay your rent and etc. But now it is completely digitized. The old process, which was more manual and it was not so efficient. But now in just 3 seconds, I can clear all my bills. I can even, schedule all my payments. As soon as the salary comes, the next second it is gone. Isn't it? So to that extent, they made the process super efficient. So waiting in any form is a waste. We need to understand. Whether people are waiting or machines are waiting or your materials are waiting or all are waiting together. All these things are common phenomena in all companies. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Go
Yeah.
to your workplace and see how many, how many different forms of waitings are happening. Sometimes all the operators will be waiting for, because there is no raw material, they have to wait. Sometimes raw materials will be waiting for consumption because nobody is there to consume. Tons of raw material, just lying on the floor. Now machineries are waiting because previous machine is busy. Unless and until the output comes, this machine cannot be started. Sometimes people will be waiting for the instruction. Sometimes all of them, will wait together. Maybe for something else. So any form of waiting is also a waste. Hope all of you agree with me. Am I right?
Yes.
Very good. So
Yes.
try to eliminate. These are all lean thinking
Sir, 1 second, sir. One
to
question.
make your process super efficient. Yes, Mr. Safi.
Sir, my question is the whatever the photo is there, this is for the 5 years back. This already happened. We already up. We
Yes.
already moving because all the mentality of the thinking small kids to the high level people, all they are not thinking about the back of the 5 years. They are thinking about the fast forwarding AI. Now we have to think about the lean where will fit for the AI to more fast for the AI, not more fast for the 5 years back. This already happened. It is done, sir. Now we are not in this area, so we no need to. Can we think about the lean where will fit for the AI things?
See, always there will be a scope for improvement. Just because you introduce AI, it doesn't mean that there is no scope for improvement. There could be a better AI. We don't know, right? So you need to know. See, everything needs a proper thinking. That's all. If you understand, if you have all these ideologies, then you will be able to better visualize the improvement opportunities. If you you think you mean to say since because you adopted AI, your factory is full, super efficient today?
Yes, it's not.
Still there is an improvement, right? We can
Yes.
completely distract everything and then come out with a better, setup. Possible. And if it is also cost effective, yes. You can see some people, completely destroying everything and adopting to a completely a new system. Because it is profitable. That implementing such idea is profitable. Yes or no?
Yes.
So there is a scope for improvement. And we should also have an eye to visualize the improvement opportunities. Why are we teaching you all of this? If you don't teach all of this, then you all will hide all the problems under the table. Instead of that, you visualize, bring the problem to the surface, isn't it?
Yes.
Then all of them will become an improvement opportunity. Each improvement opportunity is a project. Drive those improvements. See, realize those improvements. You will see your company growing faster. Clear?
Yes.
So, irrespective of whatever level we are doing, yes, still improvement is there. Improvement is possible. Improvement is a never-ending journey. We don't know where will we reach. Keep on improving. And now here, there is a coffee with the 10 plus sugar cubes. If I put all the 10 plus sugar cubes inside, do you like the coffee?
No.
Sweetness is needed, but there is a specification, isn't it? Customer want the sweetness to be appropriately correct. There is a limit for everything, isn't it? Whenever customer has a clear specification, please, please just what to say? Please play within the specification. You don't have to go beyond, isn't it? Otherwise, it will lead to over processing. Am I correct? Otherwise, it will lead to over processing. So sweet is needed, sugar is needed. Just because sugar is needed, if you put too much sugar, then it becomes unacceptable. And so in lean, over processing is also a waste. Let's say you are given a contract to paint your complete house. The painting contract is 50,000 rupees, and the complete house and 2 layers of coating, right? 2 layers of painting. And now after finishing the work, they come back and tell you, sir, I did the 3rd coating also. Now you have to pay me another extra 10,000 rupees. Will you pay?
No.
Already contract is signed, amount is fixed, specifications are decided. Now what is the point of going beyond the specification? Of course, you think that that is good for the customer, but still customer is not ready to pay, isn't it? Certain areas sticking to the specification is also important. Sticking to the requirement is also important. Don't go beyond a properly defined specification. Clear, all of you? That is also a waste. Yes or no? Because customer is not willing to pay for it. It's not really adding value in the eyes of the customer. Can you see that? Am I right? Surface finish, there are certain specifications. Painting application, there are certain specifications, isn't it? There are many areas where if you go beyond the required level of specification, then what happens? It will add up to the cost. But customer is not willing to pay for that extra cost. In such a case, that will be called over processing. And now another scenario. Probably in another 5 minutes we'll finish. See, imagine you invited your friends for an evening party in your house, right? For an evening meet in your house. And you wanted to offer them coffee and sandwich. You invited 50 people. And now you have to make the sandwich and also make the coffee for all the 50 people, evening 6 o'clock. So you started working, right from the afternoon, 2 o'clock. But the problem is, you have all the ingredients in your house, but your kitchen is completely organized. Completely unorganized. All right? You have the ingredients to make the sandwich, to make the coffee and everything. Now tell me, what will you do first? Will you straight away start making the sandwiches? Or would you like to organize the things first?
Organize it.
Organize it first. So first,
If you don't organize, if you don't organize the workplace, what will be the consequence?
time consumption would be more.
It will take more time.
Yeah.
You have
The
to give more
management-
effort.
Yeah, it will be
And
going more
because of that,
management.
you are not going to get the result also, isn't it?
Possibility of
A
chaos. is
tired
there.
person cannot produce good product. This is called motion waste. This is called you will be the person in the kitchen. He has to move excessively. Why? Because of poorly organized workplace. Do you understand, all of you? This is called motion waste. Understood?
Yes.
Why motion waste is happening?
Yes.
Unorganized workplace, isn't it? Keep the required items easily reachable. The workplace should be ergonomically designed so that people can work for a longer time without getting tired. In return, you will get a lot of good results. And now there are 50 people you expected. Can you see 50 plus sandwiches here? You made all the 50 sandwiches for your friends. But at 6 o'clock, you realize none of them are going to reach your home. None of them are going to visit your house because there was a sudden meeting. There was a sudden meeting and all of them had other priorities. Now, what will happen to all the sandwiches you prepared? Come on, tell me.
Waste.
Waste.
Used, yeah.
Everything you have to know. You can't consume all the 50. Maybe you may consume one, but all 49, you have to either, store it or throw it out. Now, what went wrong? Why did you produce so many? Come on, tell me. Why did you produce? You expected your friends to come, isn't it?
Yeah, 50 people.
You forecasted some sales, but your forecasting was not, very effective.
No problem.
Isn't it? Maybe around 5:30 or 5 o'clock, you must have reconfirmed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Closer to the time, you must have reconfirmed, but you didn't do that. As a result, you produced everything, and then later realized there is no demand. So whenever you produce more than the demand, or if you forecast the demand poorly, then you will end up with another waste known as overproduction. This is applicable to even the semi-finished product. Produce only as per the requirement. That's why companies go for systems like Kanban, pull approach. Only if there is a demand, machine will run. No demand, machine will, shut down. Right? So, do you understand, all of you here? This is known as overproduction. A waste known as overproduction. And then what happened? You called all your friends, and somehow, some people agreed to come later in the night. Instead of coming at 6 o'clock, some people have come, let's say some 20 people have come at around 8 o'clock. You made the sandwich by, in the afternoon. And now 8 o'clock, can you offer the same sandwich? If you offer them, will it be okay for them?
No.
Not fresh.
So producing more than the demand and also producing earlier than the required time, both of them are wasteful activities only. So the definition of overproduction is producing more than the demand and producing earlier. Both are overproduction. Am I right? And overproduction is the major waste because it will lead to all other waste. Because you produced the sandwich by 2 o'clock in the afternoon itself, by 8 o'clock, they are unfit for consumption. Isn't it? So it has become a defective. And you need to, till 8 o'clock, probably you need to store all of them in your custody, maybe in a refrigerator or somewhere. So all these excessive activities will start happening. So one waste will lead to many other waste. So that's why I said overproduction is the major waste. And finally, the last one is item with the defects. Producing defects is also a wasteful activity. If you don't produce products right at the first time, then that is also considered a waste only. So, but see here, in Six Sigma, our primary focus is defects. But in Lean, our primary focus is waste, but it doesn't mean that you can compromise on the quality. No. Without compromising on the quality, you must focus on optimum utilization of the resources. Do you understand? You minimize your input, but don't compromise on your output. That's the reason why defect is also appearing here. How many types of waste I explained now? First one is transportation. Second one is inventory.
Inventory.
Third one is motion. And the fourth one is waiting.
Waiting, okay.
Overproduction, overprocessing, and defects. If you pick up all the first letters,
Timwoods.
right, and join them, you will understand it leads to a word Timwood. Am I right? T stands for transportation, I stands for inventory, M stands for motion, W stands for waiting, overproduction, overprocessing, and defects. Just remember this word, and so that you can explain these seven waste. In my opinion, whatever kind of business you are doing, all these 7 types of waste will definitely exist. Only thing is, you must have an eye to visualize them. You must have, some kind of tools and techniques to bring all these waste to surface. Am I correct? Is my statement correct?
Yes.
Definitely there will be, you will be able to visualize a lot of problems if you understand all these principles. So I would like to stop here so that, we can have the lunch and then continue. Maybe if you all like to ask me some questions, yes, I'm open to it.
Sir, can you repeat that mnemonics?
Yeah, Timwood, Timwood, Timwood. All the first letters: transportation, inventory, motion, waiting, overproduction, overprocessing, and defects. Shall we go for the lunch? So now the time is 1:22. So we all have to come back by 2:20. All right?
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Hope all of you are able to follow us properly. Everything you learned in the morning, you are able to understand.
Yes.
Going good?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
yes, good, going good.
right. So I will open an Excel sheet to record some data. And after the exercise, I will also share this Excel with all of you. All right, so thank you for coming on video and having your, brought the gems. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how the calculations will work for DPMO. In the morning we discussed. So I opened an Excel sheet. We need to now define the CTQs. So now our product is a Gems chocolate, a 5 rupees pack you all have in your hand. And now we are going to calculate DPMO, which stands for defects per million opportunity. So let me check recording. Yeah, recording is going on. So DPMO we are going to calculate. So DPMO stands for defects per million opportunity. You can see the expansion written here. So in order to calculate the DPMO, first of all, we must define the defects. So the fundamental definition of defect is any form of non-conformance to customer requirement. And now in the Gems chocolate, let us define the defect opportunity. And I'm going, there could be n number of defect opportunity, but for easing the discussion, I'm going to consider only 5 types of defects. Right? The first one is the number of chocolates inside the pack should be equal to 10. All of you understand the first requirement? The number of chocolates inside the pack must be how
10.
many? 10. Second requirement, each of the chocolate should be in good condition. If it is damaged, broken, or any crack initiated, that should be considered as second defect number 2. So what is the first defect? Based on count. Second defect based on crack. Clear all of you? The second one?
Yes, sir.
Please
Yes,
continue.
sir. Yes, sir. Got it.
And the third one is color. You can have different colors, not a problem. But if the gems is faded or colors are overlapping, isn't it? The red color attached to the green color, these kind of things you notice, then that is third defect. And the fourth one is with respect to the shape. Tell me what is the expectation with respect to the shape? As a customer, we want the gems to be
Round shape.
circular. If it is elliptical or if it has some sharp corners, isn't it? Because in a circle, it will be smooth. And in those of cases, we will classify the gems as defect. And finally, one more I want to define, very important one, the taste of the gem. It should satisfy the requirement in terms of the taste. And this is the definition right now available. So how many defects I define? 5.
5 numbers.
The first one,
Number of
Numbers.
gems should be 10.
Then
Second is
one,
any crack, any cracks.
no crack. Yeah, cracks. Third one,
Third,
Color.
color faded.
Round.
color faded. Fourth one,
Shape.
shape. And finally, the fifth one,
Taste.
taste. You need to perform these checking in the same order. Don't change the order, then that will complicate our calculations, right? So taste must be tested after testing the first 4. Don't reverse it, right? It will be a problem, right? So all of you can now open the Gems chocolate. Please check all these 5 aspects and note it down in a piece of paper. And randomly, I will collect the data from probably 10 of you and show you how the calculations will be. Please note, we are limiting our study only to 5 defined CTQs. The number of CTQs can be more than what we are discussing also. Isn't it? It depends on the product and the customer. But now, just for simplicity, we are considering 5. So please go ahead and generate your data.
Can you repeat what are
Then
the
I'm going to
files?
collect.
One is a shape.
One is shape, the other one is the color, the
Shape.
third one is crack, the fourth one is count, fifth one is taste. I will show it in the Excel also. You can see. So you can see here. See here, count. Can you see? Count should be 10. Crack means no crack. Shape means it should be round, circular, no sharp corner. Color means no faded, no mixed colors. Taste should be acceptable to the customer. So these are the 5 things. Please open your GEMS packet and then do this calculation. I mean, a quality check you are doing now, and you are going to report to me the data. And based on the data, I'll show you how the DPMO must be calculated. So those of you who would like to share your data, please come on video. I would like to record it. So let me remove the old one. Anybody ready? So I will select these people, Jagdish, and then Jay Kumar, and then I have Kiran, then I have Sandeep.
I'm ready.
And yeah. Then we have
ready?
Girish. Yeah. Just a second. I am just noting the names. Girish. And then we have Karam Das. And then we have Purushothaman. Okay. Who else? Those who want. Yeah, I think these are the people, right? Okay. So I have identified 7 people, and anyone want to participate, you can come on video. I will add your name. Okay. Who is ready now?
I'm ready.
Okay, one by one we'll go. Maybe
Yes, sir. Ready, sir. Ready, sir.
Okay. Now Amita. Okay, Amit
Yes,
also. I'll add your name also. Wait. Okay, and now let me go in this. Try to go in this order. Jagdish, can you give me your data? How many gems you have?
I have 10.
Okay, you have 10. So let me just type 10 right now. Later. Okay. Then how about the color?
Color,
Any
2 are faded actually.
Okay, and crack
Have 1 crack.
and shape?
Shape, 8 are good, 2 are not that round enough.
Oh, 2 are bad. Okay. And how about the taste?
Taste, I
Maybe
think
you don't have to test all 10.
Yeah, it's
Test
okay. 10,
1
I
out of the 10.
Mm.
A sample out of the sample. Do you like the taste?
Yeah,
So no problem with the taste, right?
no problem.
And now expected is 10 and you exactly had 10. And so there is no count issue in your case.
Mm.
So all of you, can you see Jagdish has found 5 defects after checking 10 pieces of gems. Can you see that, all of you?
Yes.
Each piece of gem can have a maximum of 5 defects. So maximum of 50 defects possible. But how many actually happened? Only 5 happened.
Yep.
All right. Now in this manner, we move on to Jay Kumar. Jay
Yes.
Kumar, can you give your details?
Yes, total 25.
Oh, you have 25 gems inside, right?
Yeah, yes.
Then what is the price of the pack you purchased? You purchased the bigger one, I believe.
Yes.
It's 10 rupees.
20 rupees.
20 rupees.
Yes.
Oh, 20 rupees. See, for 5 rupees, people are getting 10.
No, I also bought 10, but it is 24 here only. I think he got scammed. I think so.
No. So you have only 25 gems only inside?
Yes.
Then what is the count expected in a, because 5 rupees pack, 10 is the expected count. That's how we are going. Can I say 40 is expected? Is it the same size or bigger one?
No, same size.
Same size only.
Yes.
Then for 20 rupees, you must at least get 40 count, but you are getting only 25. So 15 are missing.
Yes, okay.
15 are missing, right? Now color, are you happy with the color?
No, two are missing, faded.
2 are faded. Okay. How about the crack?
1. 1 is cracked.
Okay. How about the shape?
Shapeless 2.
Okay.
are
And
broken.
taste.
Yeah.
Do you like the taste?
Yeah, right.
You must like. Okay. So now there are 20 defects reported by Jay Kumar. Now, Kiran.
Yeah, count is 10.
Okay, count to
Two
10.
are
So no
faded.
defect, no defect.
Two
Color.
are, two are faded.
Okay, 2 are faded.
3 are
Crack.
cracked. 3 are cracked.
Okay. Shape.
1 is out of shape.
Okay. And
And
taste.
Taste is fine. Yeah.
Very good. So you reported 6. And Sandeep?
Yeah, count is 10.
No problem with the count.
Color is
Color.
1 is faded.
Color is
One.
1 faded. Okay. A crack.
5.
Okay.
Then shape
Shape.
1 is defective.
Okay. Shape 1 is out of shape.
And taste is
Taste.
okay.
Taste is okay. Okay. And Girish?
10. Color.
10. No problem with the count. Color.
Color 1.
1.
Crack 1.
Okay.
Shape 2.
Okay. Taste.
Taste is okay.
Okay. Karam Das?
Yeah. Count is 24.
You also purchased?
At 10 rupees packet.
10 rupees pack.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Jay Kumar also then you purchased 10 rupees pack, I believe, right?
Should be.
No, it's in 20 rupees. So there's some major defects, sir. That's quantity is less. There's another one CTQ.
Then it's a big problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It is not gem, something else. It is not gem.
No, gems only. His pack is gems only. I don't know whether it new variant or no. Okay. Anyway, Karamdas, you said 20. How many is there?
24.
So in your case, 4 extra.
Yes, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, 10 rupees, 4 extra. All right.
Crack
And
is-
extra is also defect. And color?
2.
Okay. Crack?
And crack 9.
Okay.
And shape 2.
Okay.
Taste is
Taste?
good. Is good.
Good. Okay. Then Purushothaman?
10 pieces.
Okay, no problem with the count. Color?
The crack color is 2.
Okay. Crack?
Crack is 0.
Okay. Shape?
And the shape is 4.
Okay.
Taste
Taste?
okay.
Taste
No
is
change.
okay.
Yep.
And Amit?
Yes, sir. The count is 10.
Okay.
Color is 0.
Okay.
Crack is 4. Shape is 1. And taste are all okay.
Very good. So we have some people sharing the information with us. They tested near about how many packets? 8 packets we have opened, right? 8 packets we opened. Out of that, 2 packets were 20 rupees pack, right? I mean bigger pack. All right. So
Sir, can I ask a doubt?
Yeah, please.
See, when we take this packets with more numbers of gems, can we consider with the same pattern? Because here the we are all looking for 5 rupees packet. So when we
Correct.
are bringing a packet with 25 or like 40, so there the number of errors like the CTQs would be.
You're right. You're
defects
right.
would
Your
be more,
point is
right?
valid. Actually, when we are conducting a study, there must be uniformity. But however, this is just to
For
understand the
understanding,
concept.
I'm just I was just
That's
asking.
why we are
that,
adjusting.
All right.
Yeah,
perfect.
otherwise, it is not advisable. We need to go in a proper manner only. A
Yeah.
particular product only we should study. You should not mix up and then that will lead to confusion actually. But
Yeah.
right now, don't treat this consider this
No.
as a confusion.
Yeah,
Only calculation we are going to understand, right?
Perfect.
So let me also introduce one more thing here. Okay. So here our idea is this is a pack of 10. This is pack of 10. And okay, here it is actually 25 gems,
40.
right? 25.
40.
And here it is a pack of 10. Here it is a pack of 10. Here it is a pack of 10. So here what is the problem with Karavdas? You said 24, right?
Yeah, pack of 10, but it is 24 also. Yeah.
Yours is 10 rupees packet, right?
Yeah.
20. It should be
Yeah.
20, right?
It
4
should be
excess.
20, but you
Yeah,
had
that's why
24.
4.
Yeah, it should be 20, but you had 24. And then this is 10 and this is 10. So this, I just want to know how many samples we actually inspected. We can simply sum up this. We should get the value. So totally 109 pieces we inspected. Am I correct?
Yes.
109 pieces we inspected. So this count is important. And then total number of defects reported, that is 70. Can you see here?
Yes.
Total of all these counts reported. When I sum all of this, 70 defects reported, and we checked 109 samples. Now with this information and units inspected. Oh God. So units inspected 109. I'm just typing here. 109. Okay. And this is nothing but the defects, right? Okay.
70, no? 70.
Okay. Yeah. So defects reported is 70. All right. And opportunities per gem is 5. Am I right?
Yes.
And now we need to calculate total opportunity. Can somebody tell me what is the formula for total opportunity? When you inspect 109, what will be the total opportunity?
109 into 5.
109.
Yeah, 109 is here and 5 is here.
Yeah.
So hope all of you understand. Total opportunities are 545. And now I want you to calculate defect per opportunity. What is the formula for defect per opportunity? Formula is defects divided by total opportunity.
Total opportunities.
What is your defects? 70.
70.
What is your total opportunity?
545.
I am just dividing it. I got this number, 0.12. Now, what you have right now, what you see right now is DPO. What is DPO? Defects per opportunity. If let's say one apple you are able to purchase for 1 rupee. I want to know the cost of 1 million apple. What will be the cost?
1 million.
1 million.
Very simple, right? You multiplied 1 by 1 million. So you understood that you have spent 1 million rupees. Similarly, defects per opportunity is 0.12. Now I want defects per million opportunity. So what should I do? I should multiply this by 1 million. 1 million means 6 zeros. Now tell me, what is the DPMO here?
128,000.
1,28,000.
128,000.
All of you please confirm, will you be able to calculate DPMO for your product?
Yes, sir. So just calculate. So just tell me, so this DPO, like defects per total opportunities. I mean, what is
per
the
opportunity? See,
yeah.
they have a question. The formula is straight away here. When I expand DPO, it is defects per opportunity.
Yes, sir.
So formula is defects by total opportunity. Your defects are 70.
Defects are 70. Yes, sir.
Against the total opportunity of 545. Now you have DPO.
545. Okay.
Now you have DPO.
Defects
And to convert that into DPMO, we are multiplying by 1 million. Now all of you now know how the calculation works, right? For any product, any service, you first have to define your defect opportunities.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Then you have to do a study. And we took a sample and then studied, because 100% inspection is sometimes not possible. So we studied the sample. And now see here, now in Six Sigma, we say if the DPMO is less than 3.4, then only we say it is Six Sigma performance.
Yes,
But look at our defects. Our defects is 1,28,440. It is definitely far behind, the expectation of 3.4 DPMO. Let me show you what will be the corresponding sigma level. 128,440. I take you to another sheet here. 128,440. Yeah, maybe I take you here, sigma level calculator. So in this DPMO, I type this 128,440 is the DPMO. I just type this and enter. Now, as a result, what is the sigma level you see in the orange color block?
2.63.
2.63. So 2.63 is the sigma level. There are two types of sigma level, which I will explain later on, right? Let us not get into that right now. 2.63 is the sigma level in short term. And suppose if I change this DPMO to our known number of 3.4, what is the sigma level it is coming?
Oh, 6.
So this is our understanding. When the DPMO is reduced to 3.4, then what happened? Our performance is considered as 6 sigma performance. But unfortunately, we are right now here, 1,28,440. And as a result, our sigma level is reduced to 2.63. And now that all of you understood a way, you understood how the calculation works, and you also have a calculator. I'm going to share this template with you so that any situation in your project also, if you want to convert the DPMO into sigma level.
Sir, I have
yes,
one
you
question.
Yes.
Yeah, how sigma level is calculated from DPMO?
Yeah, this is purely an empirical relationship, right? Empirical relationship, and it is based on a statistical concept known as normal distribution. So right now I will not be able to explain the the formulas behind this, but definitely towards the end of the course you will gain the clarity, right? So if the process is operating at 6 sigma capability, and the success rate is close to 100%, 99.999666%. This is how the success rate is. And so the rest is the failure rate. That failure rate, when we convert into a number as a DPMO, that will come to 3.4.
3.4.
So to answer this question, yes, you all have to understand the concept of normal distribution. So park this question for a while. But to manage this situation, we are giving you the template. You type the DPMO, that will give you the sigma level. Now, when we look at this particular product, like the GEMS chocolate, sigma level seems to be very, very low, 2.63. I'm not happy. But how is the business going on?
This is going well, good.
Very good.
People are not
And
complaining.
it is contradicting our discussion right from the morning. We have been telling that sigma level should be high, and so that the defects are low. But it is the opposite. Sigma levels are low, defects are 1,28,000 in a small sample of 10-20 packets. What went wrong here?
It might be
What went wrong here?
customer perception over the product.
The
is
demand
taste.
is huge.
Exactly, Girish Kumar is right. So the customer requirements are not properly, used in our study. We simply defined 5 defect opportunities. We simply defined CTQs according to our convenience. But customer perception is different. First of all, who is the customer?
Kids.
Kids. If I had kids less than the age of 10, in this place, they might have consumed all the chocolates, even before the lunchtime. Right, isn't it? You purchased it 2 days before and you preserved it for the exercise. But the actual customer, for them, all these things are not defects.
Correct.
They don't mind, whether it is color faded or not. Just like that, even if everything is in a powder format, they will enjoy the chocolate, right? So understanding your customer is very, very important. And understanding the requirement is also very, very important. You must have the right CTQs in place while conducting any study. If you work with the irrelevant CTQs, you will end up with irrelevant conclusions. Concepts are okay. Calculations are okay. Conversions are okay. DPMO to sigma, everything is correct. But still, we end up making a meaningless conclusion. Simply because whatever we considered as CTQs are not the actual CTQs. For kids, maybe the taste is important. Maybe the count is important. So if I show you the taste column, I think there you can see the exact representation of the kids, isn't it?
Yep. Yes.
So the defect count, becoming 0, and which will obviously boost your sigma level. All of it, you understand? So the learning here and the mistake we did here. You should never do the similar mistake. When you are doing a survey or any kind of study, make sure your samples actually represent the population. Otherwise, you are making an error known as sampling error. If your samples are not representative of the population, then whatever characteristics you study in the sample are not going to reflect the characteristics of the population. What we want to understand is we want to understand the population. For that purpose only we selected sample. And if you don't select the samples properly, and the sampling frequency, the way you select the sample are all very, very important. This is what is known as data collection plan, which you need to, put efforts to understand the data collection plan. We will be discussing with you, some relevant tools in the measure phase, right? So this exercise is helpful in understanding the calculation behind DPMO, also converting the DPMO into sigma level. And also we learned that we must always work with the CTQ. When we say some characteristics as CTQ, it should be important to your customer. If you work with the irrelevant characteristics, and it will definitely lead to irrelevant conclusions, particularly from the customer standpoint. Any questions?
No.
All good?
Good, all good.
Fantastic.
Sir, there's one on my side. Can you just share that slide? I mean, that's the Excel sheet where we have done the calculation, sir.
Yeah,
Just
this
for,
one.
yeah, just for a moment. Sir, going downwards, little bit of downwards. Yeah, just okay. So yeah. So sir, units inspected is 109. That is a cumulative of all the gems from different candidates. Defects
Correct.
reported is 70. Like some have reported shape, colors, and everything. Opportunity per gem are the defects which we have defined on the basis of number of gems, crack, color, shape, and tasted. And total opportunity is this unit inspected into 5. That is 445. DPMO is similarly, if you're going forward, that the 5 that is divided by 50. Here you go 5 divided by 545, right?
70 divided by.
What's your question?
So DPO, it's a defects
Per opportunity.
Per opportunity.
Okay, so
see, there are different ways, we can measure our performance. Now that you learned DPMO here, you
Yes,
can
sir.
also use DPO. As long as you know what is DPO, you can use it. I have seen
Yes.
companies using this one. What are they using?
DPHU. Oh, DPHU. Okay.
What
Yeah,
is this?
Defect per 100 unit.
Per
That
100
means
unit.
Very
percentage.
good.
Yeah,
Now, what
100
is
unit.
this? What is this now?
Defect per
10 to the power of 4.
1000 units. 1000 units.
Very good.
Sir,
Okay.
So you introduce as many terminologies
nomenclature.
needed,
Yeah.
and then you can understand. So
can I come here, sir?
oh yes,
Done,
sir.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah, in the initial classes, RK sir has already told us.
Can I come
they-
here?
Yes, RK sir, you can add.
Yeah. Please note, when I joined the Western Compton, grade 3 manager. Grade 3 manager was supposed to be a good post because I graduated from the highest institution, so I got a job. But then I joined as a trainee, and I was given a project. The project was worth 2 crores. Then my senior was telling, immediate senior, 1 year, 2 years senior only from the same institute. He was telling my manager, sir, don't give him, sir. He has not saved 2 crores, sir. He has not saved hundreds and thousands. My salary was only in thousands. That is about 4-digit salary at that time. Very high salary, I thought. But he has seen only 1,000, 2,000, sir. He does not know how a 2 crore will look like. Understood? Now, how my feeling would be. Very bad, no? Yes or no? Right? I thought, then I started doing, and then I got, what do you call, unlimited bank of guarantee from my company. That is, I can do worth any amount. That's the thing. That is these things. But to tell you here, when I say DPMO is 3.4 DPMO, you are able to visualize. Yes or no? What
Yes, sir.
is 3.4 DPMO in DPO? It will be 0.00. I don't know how many zeros. 0.000003. Yes or no?
Yes.
Would you
Yes.
like to deal with a number which is 0.00003 or 3.4?
3.4. 3.4.
Tell me.
3.4.
Yeah,
3.4.
we deal with only 1 defects per ton. Yes, sir, because we are making so many mistakes. See, we are making so many mistakes that is equal to 34,000 defects per million. So we are able to do it. We are only in that range, yeah, including me, yeah, because even only 1 defect if I make, I am a very good person, right? If I make 2-3 wrong answers to you, you will not mind RK, yes or no? Frankly, tell me, yeah, you ask me 10 questions, 7 questions, I give you correct questions, you are satisfied. Will you not be happy with me? Right? Whereas I have to give you 3.4 defects per million means if you ask me million questions, all the million questions I have to answer correctly. Right? So you can see we were in the level of my level at grade 3 manager when I joined the company. So we always use DPMO, which is great. DPMO means we are very, very perfect. Right? Thank you very much, sir. Please.
Okay. Right. Let's move on. So now we understood something. Six Sigma means we are concerned about the output, isn't it? Lean means we are concerned about
Waste.
the input consumption of input, right? So the primary focus of Six Sigma is defect reduction. Ultimately, we wanted to see to that defects are impossible in our process. Do you understand? Defects are made impossible. Imagine there is a air-conditioned room and the door must be kept in a closed condition, right? But people who are entering the room, none of them are bothered to close the door. We keep on telling them, sir, please close the door after you enter the room. But then what happened? The manual error. Every time they keep the door open. Then we put a sticker over there. Please close the door. After, now the defect rate has come down. Will it come down when we put a notice?
Definitely,
Yes or
sir.
no?
It will. Yes, sir.
Definitely it will
Yes,
come down.
yes.
So seeing that, yes, some of them will definitely close the door after using. But even then, the defects, in some number, it keeps on happening. Then we decided to put a automatic door closure. Process improvement, isn't it? We put a automatic door closure. Now, even if some people forget to close the door, now door itself, what happens? Will close automatically. Now, thousands of people are entering the room every single day, and every time the door is, closed. Can you see the defects now completely arrested?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is called, making our process intelligent enough. Even if people want to make mistakes, our process will not allow. And we need to bring up any process from its current level to a state of complete effectiveness. Near perfect performance, right? So Six Sigma aims to make the defects impossible. We continually improve till that stage. All right. And for that, we use different metrics. One such metric is DPMO. On the other hand, Lean tries to make the waste impossible. So it will identify all forms of waste and strive to eliminate all of them. Wherever elimination is not possible, it will definitely strive to reduce it, right? Because the lean principles are so powerful that it will immediately visualize the wasteful, elements or any component that is not actually adding value. So what happens? We will either try to eliminate. If elimination is not possible, we at least try to reduce. Am I right? For example, the lunch break. Lunch break, is it a value-adding activity?
No, sir.
No sessions are planned, isn't it, during that time? It's non-value adding. But then can we eliminate?
No.
We can't eliminate lunch, right? It is a kind of requirement, right? So we kept 1 hour. I think probably tomorrow we can think of reducing if all of you agree, right? So wherever elimination is not possible, you can at least try to reduce. So this is the logic with the lean, right? And ultimately Six Sigma may try to make your process highly effective, and hence the defects are impossible to come out from your process. Similarly, Lean will try to make your process, waste proof. And how we do this? by making our processes and hence our people. You see, if people are working around an intelligent process and slowly and steadily, people should also become intelligent enough, isn't it? You can see the technological advancement happening. Automatically, the people who are very resistive to change and they have to leave the place. And people who could welcome, who could embrace the good improvements, they will be part of the system, right? So these thing, Lean and Six Sigma will make your process as well as people more and more intelligent. Why should we do this? If your process becomes, really achieves the required level of intelligence, then you can automate it. Then you can digitize it. All right. And why should we do this? Why we should automate? Why we should digitize? Why we have to produce quality product? Why you have to produce faster? Come on, tell me. What is the reason?
Productivity, to work on the productivity.
Yeah, Lean's main focus is to improve productivity without compromising the quality. Don't forget to use the word without compromising the quality. Six Sigma's primary focus is to improve the quality.
Yeah.
Best in class products, which can perform, a reliable performance in the market. Why companies should do this? Because every company, should make a profit. Isn't it?
Profit.
To
What
live
will happen to a
sustainable life.
company? Yeah, what will happen to a company if it cannot make any profit?
It will shut down.
Yeah, it will die. So profit is definitely important for even for the existence of the company, right? And your profit margin depends on the defects and waste, isn't it? If you produce more defects, you all know there are a lot of rework will happen, isn't it? And add up to the cost of poor quality, so your profit will become very thinner. Similarly, if you are not what to say, having the efficiency, if your productivities are low, then what will happen? Your operating cost will be very, very high. See, there are two things. You need to produce good products for your customer. At the same time, you have to produce it in the best manner. It's not that I give quality product, to the customer and still, make my business under loss. Not good. Sometimes you might see, products are good, but still the business is under loss. You know why? They produce good product, but they don't know how to produce. You understand? There is a problem with the way they are producing the quality product. So the what you produce is also important, and how do you produce is also important. So we need to focus on improving both, which means we need to focus on the process effectiveness as well as process efficiency, so that our profit will get maximized and our operating cost will come down. With less money, you can run the show. A company which was, which was requiring 10 crores for a smooth operation, you can now run the company in the same manner with just, 2 crores. That means simply because operating cost has come down. How the operating cost has come down? You have become more efficient now. You're not consuming more resources. You should have an absolute clarity on the term resource also. Isn't it? Anything your process is consuming, let's say human effort, that is also a resource. Time, your process consumes time, that is also a resource. No, you occupy floor space. That is also a resource. Everything is a resource. You need to understand, not just the material and machineries. So make sure you consume less of everything to produce your desired product. And so, you will not only be profitable, your operating cost will also be very, very less. And not only that, you will be able to achieve operational excellence, which means you will produce products better than your competitors and you will grow faster than your competitors. Two things will happen. You will produce products better than your competitors and you will grow faster than your competitors. That both are important, isn't it? If you don't grow faster than your competitor, then also, sometimes you may see that, your market share is dropping. So both are important. This is what is known as operational excellence. And we can achieve operational excellence by making our process as well as the people, more and more intelligent. Hope all of you understand why Lean and Six Sigma are required.
Sir, one doubt. Just checking my understanding.
Yeah.
See, this is say Lean. So both of these Six Sigma and Lean, both are different projects. Is it like based on the situation, I will be selecting which should I go for Six Sigma project or should I go for Lean project? Is it like that?
Yes. True. See, if there is a quality issue which you want to address, you want to reduce the defect, then it is a pure Six Sigma project.
So the pattern will be different, right? The project, the way
No,
it is.
methodologies are same, and the steps are same. Maybe tools sometimes we use different tools, but based on the primary focus, we categorize a project as a Six Sigma project or as a Lean project. Sometimes we try to achieve both in the same project. Then we call it as a Lean Six Sigma project.
Okay.
Right? See, when I don't produce defects, what will happen? For the same amount of effort, I get more output.
Yes, correct.
When I do a Lean project, what will happen? For a particular amount of output, the amount of input I consume will be less. Both are actually beneficial to my company. Both of them will have an impact on the profit as well as on my operating cost. The Six Sigma's impact will be more on the profit. Lean's impact will be more on the operating cost. Both of them are known as bottom line growth. Your bottom line is your profit and your cost.
If
your profit is going up, your cost is coming down.
If a company want to reduce its cost, then they can go for Lean. If they want to work on that.
Definitely. Yeah. Okay. So the consequence of having a poor process and a poor people in place. Your results will be poor. You improve the process, you convert that into an average process and an average set of people, and now the results are average. And now you have brilliant process, average people, still you are able to produce good results like the Dabbawalas, isn't it?
Yes.
People are not that great. And imagine what will happen if you have a brilliant process surrounded by a set of brilliant people, brilliant managers and leaders. Your company can now achieve breakthrough results. Yes or no?
Yes, absolutely.
So this is the reason why companies must embrace Lean and Six Sigma. And in the process, you can adopt new technologies, and you can grow fast, and definitely you can do that. So the primary focus should be on improving your process, right? So there is no point of simply changing the people. First, change your process. Automatically, what will happen? Your people will also change from average to brilliant. All right. And this is what do we call it as Lean Six Sigma. Right? And Lean Six Sigma will help you to achieve a state of operational excellence. Means your quality levels are better in the market, your productivity is better, your cost is low, you are able to deliver faster. More than that, you are also able to grow faster. Your market share, is increasing at a rate higher than your competitors' market share. I mean, your competitors' growth, which means definitely within another 3 to 5 years, you are going to be in the top position in the market, right? So this is how the Lean Six Sigma is helping any organization. Hope it is clear so far, right?
Yes.
So improvements can be small and can be breakthrough also. Now let us talk about whether the improvements are small or breakthrough. Fundamentally, essentially, it is nothing but process improvement. Yes or no? Because when we unless and until we improve at the process level, you can't sustain the improvement. If you think you can make your organization people centric, then what will happen? Which is not good for a long term sustaining of the results. So we need to be process centric. So let's try to understand the power of process improvement with a small exercise, right? I want all of you to take a piece of paper and a pen with you, right? Take a piece of paper and pen, and I am going to show a set of numbers and symbols in my screen. And the task is you all have to memorize the number and the symbol in the same order I am showing in the screen. Very simple task, but don't be over smart. You don't have to take any screenshot or don't have to write down at the time of, while memorizing, right? I will tell you what to do after you memorize. And the time allotted for this is 45 seconds. Right? Hope all
So
of
we
you
just,
understand.
so we just need to, look at the numbers and the
Okay,
symbols.
okay. You
45
take your
seconds.
pen and paper.
Okay, taken, sir. Okay.
Yeah, all right. So just try to memorize. Your time starts now. Okay. All right. So hope it was an easy job, right? All of you memorized?
Yes.
Yeah. Very, very easy job. Just numbers and symbol. And now I will give you another 45 seconds, during which you all can reproduce the number and symbol in the same order in your notebook. Then, if you could match the number with the say appropriate symbol, you have done a good job. So there are 10 opportunities now. 10 numbers and 10 symbols. Please.
We all
try.
lost, sir. We all lost with.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. Let's try. Let's try. So I'm running my stopwatch. So I'll give you 45 seconds for this. Try to produce as many numbers and symbols with a proper match in your notebook. Let's see.
Done.
Wow, great. But still I have time. Let everybody finish.
See,
Okay. We'll do a self-assessment and understand our our effectiveness as well as efficiency. Effectiveness means all of you should score 10 out of 10 now. Isn't it? That is called effectiveness. Now there are 30 people and each one of you should score 10 out of 10. Now 45 seconds over. Now all of you can stop writing. All of you can stop writing. And now in here, effectiveness means all of you should get 10 out of 10.
Yes.
Isn't it? Efficiency means you should be able to complete this task consuming less of the resources, maybe time, maybe your effort. I don't know whether you put more effort to memorize and more effort to reproduce. And let's do a self-assessment. So I'll be showing the numbers and symbols here so that you can do a self-assessment. Please do the assessment and put your score in the chat box. Let's see how many of you are able to get 10 out of 10.
It's actually a concept, so it was easy to. I'm not that
Only
good in
4.
memory, but it was all
Okay.
the concept that
That's great.
I could do it.
That's great. So you got 10 out of 10, right?
Yeah.
Very good. So Girish got 10 out of 10. But look at the chat box. Let's understand as a team, how is our performance? Some people got 2 also, some people got 8 also. Can you see a lot of variation here in the score? The final result is not impressive, particularly to the top man, isn't it? 1 or 2 getting 10 out of 10 is okay for them. But for the top man, everybody should get 10 out of 10, isn't it? You
Yes.
produce 1000 parts, all 1000, should meet the specification.
Yep.
Not just very few, isn't it? So what do you think now, your effectiveness as a team? We had a process, and what do you think the effectiveness of the process we currently experience? Is it very effective?
No.
There is a problem. All are not able to get 10 out of 10. And we consumed a lot of time, 45 seconds. And so what I do is I am going to make some improvement. I'm not going to make any changes in the people. It's going to be the same set of people, right? You and me will remain the same, but rather I will focus on process improvement. And see here, I'm going to show the same numbers and symbol slightly in a better manner so that you all will find it easier. So can you see a small, see the message is same, the work is same, the numbers and symbols are same, but the way in which I present the information, I have made some changes, small improvement. And can you see some logical ordering here? Yes. Which means, will you be able to get a better score now? I want 10 out of 10. How many of you are confident now of getting 10 out of 10? Is that all?
Is that all?
Yeah, all of you should
Yeah,
get
all
10
of you
out
should
of 10.
get.
All of you should get 10 out of 10. Then only I will say my process is effective. Isn't it? Performance above 6 sigma.
Yes.
And also, I want you to do it faster. I don't want to give 45 seconds. I would like to give only 30 seconds. Will you be able to do it? Or some of you still finding it difficult?
No.
No, sir.
You will be, that no means you will be able to do it, right?
Yes.
Very good, very good. Fantastic. So I'm not going to repeat the, do you want me to repeat? Or not required, right? Not required. If you all agree, not required. But it's not the end. We can again improvement, you can improve step by step. And now can you see the same numbers and symbols?
Yes.
Yes.
Now I think you should be double confident of getting 10 out of 10. No challenges now.
Yes, yes, yes.
And what do you think? How much time is now required? You need 45 plus 45, 90 seconds?
No, no.
Or you just need 10 plus 10, 20 seconds?
10 seconds is more than enough.
That's why, the message again and again coming from our side to all of you is focus on the process. That's all. You make your process, mistake proof. That's all. So, and make the job easier for the people. Automatically, you will see your output getting better. Can all of you see the output getting better? Everybody is getting 10 out of 10 gradually. And you are able to produce faster now. Can you see the time also going down?
Yes.
Very good. Have you experienced, you all as a people, you now find the same work easier for you? Can you see that, all of you?
Yes.
Earlier, the job was difficult for you, but now the job has made easier for you. And as a result, your products have become very cheaper for you. You can even sell the product at a competitive price in the market. Everybody would literally, love to buy your product because it is cheaper, because it is, comes with a superior quality, and employees who are working in your company, they enjoy their work. This is the kind of result and environment we could create if we continuously focus on process improvement. Clear, all of you? Yeah. So this is what we also call it as operational excellence. Any company can grow from the current level to a market leader. Obviously, I think every company will have this kind of dream. Am I right? Any company, no matter whether the company is big or small, everybody would like to grow from the current level to a state of market leader. If this is the dream, then you must definitely be operationally excellent. If you are not operationally excellent, your dream will never become a reality. Yes or no? And not just the top man should understand this. Every single individual in the company should understand the necessity for, becoming operationally excellent, which means all our processes, at least all our critical processes, should operate at a highest level of effectiveness with the highest levels of efficiency, right? And now comes the definition for operational excellence. I think you will be able to better appreciate the definition. Operational excellence is the execution of the strategy. Execution of the strategy. Strategy means a long-term plan. Every company should have a plan for at least 3 to 5 years. Then only it is called, a strategic plan. right? And you must have the plan and you must stick to the plan. You must implement your plans and remove all the barriers in which you could foresee while executing the plan. Then definitely your people will progress, and within the 3 years time, you will definitely see your company at the desired level. And such an approach is known as operational excellence. So we execute the business strategy consistently as well as reliably, better than the competition in terms of quality, productivity, and cost, with lower operational risk. Oh, I'm sorry, just a second. With lower operational risk leading to what is this?
60, slide 60.
Yeah, right, correct, yeah. With the lower operational risk and leading to increased revenue and profit relative to your competitors. So what is Lean Six Sigma? Lean Six Sigma is nothing but an operational excellence approach. It's an operational excellence approach that can boost your organization's profitability, market share, as well as customer satisfaction. And whenever you use the word Six Sigma, please note the focus is on quality. Right? Whenever you bring the word Six Sigma in your discussion, that means your primary focus is on the quality. This is what many companies have used, and Jio is one such example. And you can see the growth of Jio. And they introduced somewhere around 16 or 17, but they have become visible in the year 2018. What is their market share in the year 2018? Jio. You can see the green color is Reliance Jio, right?
Yeah,
What is
yeah.
their market
11,
share in
11.
2018?
11.
11. How they captured this 11%? Even though Jio is a big, supported by a big brand behind Reliance, it's a new company. As far as the mobile and the networking is concerned. So it's a new brand. So first 2 years they have maybe they have put some efforts, but still not visible in the market. But in the third year, yes, they acquired 11%. Where from all these 11% people came? They all came from some other planet? No, from the same market only, isn't it?
Competition, yeah.
Yeah, from your competitors only. That means there is a compelling reason for you to perform better than your competitor. Otherwise, people are not going to come, from your competitor. And they did it more consistently. As a result, what happened? In the subsequent years, more people have joined Jio, isn't it? And in the process, some of the competitors have vanished. You can see that. And within another 2 to 3 years, can you see 33% for Reliance Jio in the year 2020? So just in a span of 3 to 5 years, a company which is started new has become a market leader. What was the strategy they used? What was the strategy they used?
Free mobile starting.
Everything was free, but no compromise on the quality, isn't it? No compromise on the quality, the best-in-class products, the best-in-class services, and offered free for 1 or 2 years. But now they are making a big money, isn't it? It's a strategic plan, long-term plan. They know to set, no, if we pump in money for the first 2 years, yes, definitely no. From the third year onwards, it is going to come back. Now they made much more than what they have actually invested, isn't it?
Yes.
So such a long-term plan is required for companies to embrace approaches like Lean and Six Sigma. Otherwise, they will not be able to appreciate, the process improvement thinking and all of this. Okay, so now let's move on very quick. So these are some key learnings from the book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Can somebody read out all the 7 points? Very famous book.
Proactive, begin with an end, prioritize, think win-win, listen to get listened, synergize, sharpen the saw.
Very good. These are the 7 key learnings, from the book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Directly or indirectly, we are going to develop all these 7 skills through this training program, right? You will be learning tools, techniques, methodologies, philosophies, principles, and somehow all of them will sharpen these 7 skills. I think some of them are very straightforward, understand. You can understand. Proactive, you all know. You have to act before something can go wrong. And begin with an end in mind. What does it mean? Strategic plan. Just now I told you, isn't it?
Yep.
Where do you want to see your company after 3 years, 5 years? But as a green belt and black belt, your job is not to make a strategic plan. That is the job of the top management. For you, every single project, you must drive it to success. Right? At least the project goal has to be very, very clear. At least project goal has to be very, very clear. Whatever problem you want to solve, there has to be a proper understanding of the problem, and there has to be a proper goal with a clear target, achievable target. Clear, all of you?
Yes.
And third one, prioritize. There are hundreds of problems your customers are facing. Your business owners, your management is facing. Out of the 100, which is the top most priority one? Which one you should attend to first? Very important question, isn't it? If you are not logical and if you don't know how to prioritize, sometimes, you might think that you are working hard, but still you will not be respected in the organization. Simply because you lag in terms of prioritizing. Whatever is your priority and what is your management priority. There has to be a matching, isn't it? So that has to be understood. And think win-win. Everybody should win always, Don't just think from your point of view. Think from the customer point of view. Think from the management point of view. Think from the employment point of view. Think from the society point of view. Think from the environment point of view. Any project you do, any product you sell, any service you do, it should be a win. It should create a win-win scenario. Imagine you selling a product which is very, very harmful to the environment. Will you be successful in the long run?
No.
No.
It will definitely take you into trouble later on. So make sure you always create a win-win scenario, not a win-lose or a lose-win scenario, right? And then listen to get listened. What does it mean?
Listen first.
Try to listen
others.
So that others will listen.
Okay, listen first so that others will listen. Yeah. How many of you are patiently listening to the customer complaints? How many of you are spending quality time in understanding a problem before trying to give a solution? Very, very important, isn't it?
Yes.
Even a small problem you want to solve, spend a quality time to understand it. That's why in Six Sigma methodology, what is the first phase? Define. First phase is define. Define means problem understanding. You understand the problem crystal clear. Not only you, everyone in the project team will have the same clarity. Unless and until we understand the problem, how are we going to solve it? So don't jump to conclusion, don't jump to causes, don't jump to solution. Right? You can do that only after properly, listening to the complaints. Imagine you talking about some issue. Maybe, let's say a small kid trying to convey a problem which he was facing in a school to the parents. And the parents are not listening to the kid. They simply say that, no, hey, you are wrong. Now, what is the mistake the parents are doing?
They're not understanding what the real problem is.
They are not actually listening to the kid. Straight away, they are saying that, hey, you are wrong. You have not attended the class properly. And they are simply blaming. That means they are jumping to conclusions.
Being prejudiced.
Do you think the kid will come back and re-explain the same problem? If you are not listening to them, probably they will try to avoid. And as a result, something very big will come. Very big news will come after 3-4 months. So listening is a very, very important skill. But professionally, we call it as define. Define the problem. The problem well defined is half done. You don't have to take any action. Just listen and put efforts to understand. For example, in ChatGPT, when you are using the ChatGPT, if you type any question, have you noticed the response from the ChatGPT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It will repeat your question. Have you noticed it?
Yeah.
So what is this actually trying to do? It is trying to make you understand that it has listened to your question completely and understood your question completely. isn't it? So that's very, very important. Listening is very, very important. All right. And then what do we mean by synergize? What do we mean by synergize?
Join hands with everyone, synergy to be
Very
there.
good. Join hands with everyone. Let's say you want to change your what you call, you want to become more health conscious, and you wanted to make sure, your diet. I mean your what do you call, the meal consumption. You wanted to make some improvements. You wanted to avoid the junk foods and non-vegetarian foods and so many things. Do you think the support of your family is very, very important?
Yes, definitely.
Without synergizing this idea and strategy, without the cooperation of all the other members, then your idea of becoming health conscious and consciously consuming the food will not be a reality, isn't it? So synergizing is very, very important. If there are hundreds of projects happening in your company, all 100 projects should be aligned to the organization's common goal, yes or no? What do we call it as? Strategic goal. Yes or no?
Yeah.
As a company, what I want to achieve in 3 years' time, every single project should be in the same direction. If your projects and your efforts are scattered in different direction, it will take a longer time for the company to achieve, isn't it? So no company would appreciate, such happenings. And finally, sharpening the saw, which means we need to continuously learn from every failure. Right? Every failure, every improvement, and every time you gain a new knowledge, your process must be upgraded accordingly. Your process must be upgraded, right? So then only it is called organization learning. Like how we all learn from school to college, and then college to degree, degree to post-graduation, post-graduation to doctorate, and then post-doctorate. So this is our learning. Do you think your organization will also learn? You see different kinds of organization, isn't it? Some organization will be very supportive to improvement projects. Some organization will be very resistive to improvement project. Why there is a difference? Both the companies are manufacturing the same product, but one company is very supportive to all your quality improvement ideas. The other company is not willing to hear. The problem is, as an organization, they are not learning anything, isn't it? The more you learn, the more matured will be, isn't it? So organization learn project by project. A project is nothing but an improvement opportunity. How do you understand improvement opportunity? Only if you recognize the failures, isn't it? Unless and until you accept failure as a failure, you will not realize the improvement opportunity that is available in your table. Hope all of you understand. So many tools, techniques, methodologies Lean Six Sigma will teach you, and directly or indirectly, all of them will develop all these 7 important skills, which Stephen Covey has recommended. If you demonstrate all these skills in front of your boss and super boss, I'm sure you will grow very fast. You will attract promotions, you will attract the salary hike. And if you dive deeper into this, I am very, very sure I will see all of you as an entrepreneur very soon. You will start a company on your own. All right. So what is the plan? All right. So these are some reasons for project failure, right? So whatever principles we learned, if the company is not in a position to support the improvement ideas, etc., that means the culture is wrong in the workplace. In the absence of a continuous improvement culture, it becomes very difficult for any project team to deliver result. Hope all of you agree with me on this. Isn't it? Unless and until the company also needs improvement, we can't really improve anything. Right? We must be open to improvement. And using the wrong tools and techniques while working on a project is definitely a bad idea. There are tools and techniques recommended for every scenario. Right? There are a carpenter uses a specific set of tools. A plumber uses specific set of tools. Same manner, when you are working on a quality improvement project, there are certain set of tools and techniques available. You can make use of them. As a result, you can for sure deliver result. Another biggest reason for project failure is people don't understand the importance of collecting an error-free data. Six Sigma projects are data-driven projects. Please note. Six Sigma projects are data-driven projects. Why it is data-driven? The situation are very complex. Well, the problem what we actually want to solve is really complex in nature, and so opinions are not enough. Facts are needed. Do you understand? Opinions are not enough. Facts are needed. But how do you understand the fact? Only with the help of the data. And if the data is not clean, if the data is not credible, or you don't have a proper measurement system, there is no precision, there is no accuracy, will you be able to understand the fact? Definitely no. If you don't understand the requirement to have a clean and credible data, that means you are planning to drive a car by closing your eyes. We don't know where will you reach, right? So many a times projects fail simply because they just don't care about the quality of the data. And data can always have two types of error. One is error from measurement, or another one is the error due to poor sampling. Measurement error should be less than 10% and sampling error should be less than 5%. Then only your data is considered worthy for any analysis. Another reason why project fail is lack of methodology, including the team member and the project leader. Nobody knows what first and what next and what's the end. If there is no clarity on the step-by-step, if there is no step-by-step approach, even sometimes a simple project which can easily deliver result, people might drive it to failure. Hope all of you agree on this, isn't it? So a step-by-step approach is always important. Even a complex problem, people will be able to solve if they have the step-by-step approach. And another reason for project failure is inadequate process knowledge. If you are trying to solve a problem, at least in a broader sense, you should know from which particular department the problem is originating, isn't it? And which specific product is involved in the problem. A company can have hundreds of products. And in that product, what kind of defect you are going to target? And that particular kind of defect, which particular process is actually producing? At least in a broader sense, this is very, very important. Otherwise, what happened? We simply spend our time on improving a process which is no way connected to the problem which we want to solve. Do you understand what I'm telling? The process which you are trying to improve, should have the relevance to the kind of problem you want to solve. And finally, processes must be stable. And in Six Sigma, we always say we solve problem one at a time, right? We improve process one by one. We consider a process, to exist only, if there is a clear step-by-step procedure written and people diligently follow the procedure. If there is no procedure available and if people are not following, then it is as good as not having any process. Am I correct? And that will obviously, affect your stability, affect your consistency. If there is no stability, and there is no point of, improvement. And have you ever seen a doctor treating a patient who is highly unstable? They never do that mistake, isn't it? First of all, patient must have the stable body condition, whether it is good or bad. He should be stable. Then only, anybody can improve him to reach to the better level. But if he is not stable, if there is a lot of fluctuation, and at that point of time, it's not advisable to, make any changes. So the same thing is applicable to our process also. So any questions here? Any questions so far?
No, sir.
All right, so we can stop here. We can stop here for your break. So 3:35. Shall we meet by 3:50?
Okay.
Okay,
All
sir.
right. So we meet by 3:50 and then continue from here.
It is till 5 o'clock, no, sir?
Yeah, till 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Please confirm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So if you look at this particular slide, can you see two different equations here? One is saying cost plus profit equal to price. And the other one is saying price minus cost equal to profit. Are they mathematically same?
Yes.
Mathematically same.
Yes.
But practically they are two different approaches. This is telling you that your profit depends on your price and cost. This is telling you that you can achieve whatever profit you want by fixing a desired price for your product. I think most of the companies will not be able to follow this. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Isn't it? You can't simply fix the price as you want. Let me check whether recording. Yeah, recording is going on. Yeah. So in many scenario, price is decided by the market and decided by the customer. So the company actually have control over the cost only. So you need to find ways to bring down the cost. The cost of poor quality must be continuously reduced. If I continuously reduce the cost of poor quality, tell me what will happen to my profit?
Increase. Profit will increase.
That's why Lean Six Sigma is considered as a profit maximization approach for many companies. And companies who understand that, yes, they will definitely invest on Lean Six Sigma. And out of the two, it is very easy to implement Lean because the learning curve, is pretty simple. But when a company want to implement Six Sigma, it's not that easy. They have to create an infrastructure of Six Sigma bells in the company. They have to, invest a considerable amount of time as well as money to create the Six Sigma bells. Then only they will be able to fix complex issues, right? So, but once they understand the benefit, yes, definitely they will be able to embrace it. So goals of any company, yes, customer satisfaction, and then profit, and at the same time, they should be able to sustain it permanently, right? So what should we do? We should continuously focus on improving the quality. I mean, meeting the customer requirement. And at the same time, we should continuously reduce the price also. This is also nowadays a big, requirement. And then we should always deliver on time. So how is this possible? We should have control over the quality, time, as well as cost. How can you have control over the quality? You must apply Six Sigma principles. We have not even understood, the, the deeper principles of Six Sigma. We are only talking at the outline. Focus on the process, right? And so you apply Six Sigma principle to reduce the defect. Similarly, you apply your Lean principles to eliminate the waste. But Lean principles to certain extent can reduce the defect also. Six Sigma principles to certain extent can improve the efficiency also. But what we need to know here is the primary focus of Six Sigma is reducing defects, and the primary focus of Lean is to eliminate the waste as well as delay. As a result, you will be able to produce best-in-class product and make them, very competitive in the market. At the same time, you will be able to deliver on time. So, in order to achieve the goals or the goals of any organization, when we say goals, you remember before T, we used a word known as strategic goal. Do you remember, all of you? Strategic goal. Let me.
Yes.
Yeah. So what is strategic goal? Strategic goal means? Yeah. What strategic goal means? What? Is it a short-term goal or long-term goal?
Long-term.
Long-term. So long-term means minimum 3 to 5 years. Right? So 3 to 5 years goal, if you want to achieve, then you must definitely have annual goals. Am I right?
Yes.
Now 3 to 5 years goals are known as strategic goals. And so annual goals comes into picture now. Annual goals are known as tactical goals. And in order to meet the annual goals, you must have quarterly goals. Am I right? You must have monthly goals. You must have weekly goals. You must even have daily goals. These short-term goals are known as operational goals. All of you, do you understand? Operational goals are derived from tactical goals. But tactical goals are derived from strategic goals. Now, achievement of your daily goals, quarterly goals, or operational goals depends on your daily activities. Am I correct?
Yes.
So, what kind of operations you currently have? What kind of processes you currently have? Do you think you can comfortably achieve your quarterly goals? If you can comfortably achieve your quarterly goals, you know what will happen? Your annual goals will be achieved. If you can comfortably achieve your annual goals, your strategic goals will be achieved. In 3 years, 5 years, yes, your company will definitely be, at a considerably better height. As per the plan, everything will happen. But the moment you realize there is a challenge in meeting the annual goal or meeting the, what you call, the strategic goals, and all these challenges may be in the form of technology, challenges may be in the form of machineries, your machineries are obsolete, or challenges may be in the form of manpower or skill level. All these things are known as gap in performance. If these gaps are not fulfilled, all of them will remain as problems. When so many problems are present, it will be difficult for the organizations to achieve the goal. All of you, do you understand what I'm speaking right now? There is a bigger goal, but you clearly understand that, yes, you cannot achieve that bigger goal because you see some gaps. Your people's skill levels are not up to the mark. Your company wants some great results in 3 years' time, but you foresee skill gap. You see that your manpowers are less. You see to that your machineries are very old. Your technology is not up to the mark. All these challenges and gaps are nothing but the problems which you can consider as improvement opportunities. Am I right? All the improvement opportunities are nothing but projects. Right? If you don't fix them or if you don't actually improve them, all of them will remain as problems in the organization. So, what is needed is an effective problem solving approach or a methodology is needed. There are several approaches. You can read from my slide. What are they? Just do it approach, Kaizen approach, PDCA approach, Lean approach, Six Sigma approach, DFSS approach, and project management is also there. There are many other things are also there. But ultimately, all of them will be, solving certain problem. When there is a problem, yes, there will be root cause and there will be solutions, isn't it? There will be root cause and there will be solution. If the solutions and root cause are very obvious and readily available, and do you think some analysis and research is needed now? No, not needed. Because the root cause is known, solutions are available, you can use the simple methods. You see here Kaizen and just do it approach, and or you have a small group activity. All these things can certainly help you solve such problems. What kind of problems we are talking about? Problems with the solutions and root causes known. Clear, all of you? But in certain scenario, what happens? There will be a problem which is repeatedly happening, but solutions are unknown. Root causes also unknown. And such situations or such problems can only be tackled by Six Sigma methodology. Can only be tackled by Six Sigma. Root cause is also unknown. So there is a lot of complexity in fixing a particular problem. But unless and until you fix the problem, you are not going to deliver the result or achieve the goal. So Lean and Six Sigma are considered, as approaches for breakthrough improvement. And ultimately, what we want to do is we either want to make our products better, or we want to produce them faster. We want to make our products and services cheaper to our customer, and the job involved for the employees, we want to make it easier. If there is any challenge you see in any of these areas, yes, that should be an improvement opportunity. That should be taken up as a project. All of you, do you understand? This, I'm giving some big idea, a bigger view of project identification. Let's say your employees are finding certain job easier. Can we do a project over there? Definitely, isn't it? So why are they struggling? What is difficult for them? What kind of changes can ease the job for them? Similarly, products, often goes to the market with the defects in it. That means process improvement is needed. So any one of the four is our main goal. See here, the survival is dependent on business growth, but business growth is determined by customer satisfaction. But customer satisfaction is governed by quality, price, and delivery. And quality, price, and delivery are controlled by process capability. And process capability is limited by variation. What is variation? You procure raw material from supplier. Do you think supplier will always give the same quality of the raw material?
No.
No. There can be sometimes 3-4 supplier giving the same raw material, isn't it? So there will be a variation in the raw material, and there could be variation in the operators also. Sometimes there is a machine to machine variation, plant to plant variation. Because of all these variations in the output, defects are prone to happen, right? So our process capability is greatly limited by variation. So process variation lead to increase in defects. All of you, can you understand this language?
Yes.
Process variation lead to increase in the defects and hence the cost and hence the time. So to eliminate the variation, we must apply right knowledge. What is the source of variation? Is it raw material, or is it operator? Is it machinery, or is it the machine setting, or is it the environment? Which is actually, the source of variation? Unless and until I control the variation, we cannot control the defects. This is Takuchi's philosophy of quality. Takuchi says, if variation is out of control, there will be a quality loss. Right? So to eliminate the variation, we must apply the right knowledge. In order to apply the right knowledge, we must first acquire it. And to acquire the knowledge means we have the will to survive. I really appreciate all of you for having come here to learn something, new and scientific in nature. All right. So ultimately, the process improvement is the key to quality. Even you can remove the word and write business results there. Be it any company, any business, process improvement, is the route for all kind of results. Can all of you see an orange tree in my slide?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what kind of fruits it can produce? It can produce
Orange
oranges. But I want apples. Will you be able to produce apple from the same existing orange tree?
No.
Cloning.
Impossible. If you want to change the fruits, you must necessarily change the roots. Hope all of you agree with me on the statement.
Yeah.
If we want to change the fruits, we must necessarily change the roots. But the biggest problem in many companies is they don't want to change anything, but they want to change the results. Isn't it? So not I'm saying, Albert Einstein has said, the biggest insanity is people want to do the same thing again and again and again and again, but expect different and better results, which is not going to happen, which means process improvement, is absolutely essential for companies which wants better results. Now tell me, who is here, who is here working in a company that doesn't want better results? Is there any company they are happy with the current results and they want the current results to continue for the next 3 to 5 years?
No.
Then what is the key now? How can they improve their results? Tell me. Process improvement. Very simple. So there is an enormous opportunity for Six Sigma experts today and forever. They might use different language, but ultimately the subject what we are talking, is a hot cake in the job market. So in Six Sigma, we call this approach as Y equal to F of X. Or other words, mathematically, we express process approach as Y equal to F of X, where what is Y? Output. Y is output. Then what are the X? X are the input. Am I correct, all of you? So
Yes.
y is output, x are the input. If there is a problem in the y, it simply means there is a problem in the x. Isn't it? If there is a problem in the y, that means there is a problem in the x. Whichever x that is currently under trouble, that is known as the root cause. Is my language correct? Why there is a problem in y variable? Why you want the y to be at a particular level, but it is it is moving away from the required level. That deviation, that variation is known as defect or the quality loss. Why that is happening? Because some of the x are not at the desired level. So to better understand this, let us take a simple example of coffee. Let us take a simple example of coffee. So what is the customer requirement in a coffee? Come on. If you order a coffee, what do you expect from a coffee?
Good taste.
Very hot.
You all
So
expect taste.
Yeah, taste. And the temperature should be hot or cold, depending upon the customer requirement.
Very good. Very good. Fantastic. With your understanding, right, from the morning until this moment, lot of things you learned. Can you tell me some CTQs with respect to a coffee?
Maintaining consistent heat.
When we say taste, this is raw voice of the customer. This is
Purity
raw
of
voice. Come on.
Aroma, sir.
Okay,
The
so with the,
smell.
so with the sugar
Aroma,
content,
okay,
like
I
taste,
agree.
aroma, yeah.
Sugar
And
content. Sugar content.
sugar content, yes.
See, CTQ means the output characteristics, not the input characteristics.
Okay.
CTQ means the output characteristics, which is going to impact the customer satisfaction. If the
Sure,
coffee
sir.
comes with a good aroma, I like it.
Yeah. And
Aroma
sir,
is an
it could
output
be
characteristics.
it could be a black coffee or some kind of cappuccino, like milk coffee.
Normal coffee. Normal coffee.
Sir,
Normal coffee.
output is patient. The customer should feel fresh after taking the coffee.
Okay.
Delivery
that
time or
is-
processing time.
Yeah. See, your coffee must be sweet. Am I right? Everybody expect the coffee to be sweet. Yes or no?
Yes.
So sweetness. Y is broken down into first CTQ, Y1, which is sweetness. Coffee must be strong enough.
Yes.
That is Y2.
Hygiene.
And coffee must be, hygiene. Hygiene is, yes, environment related. And coffee must be hot enough, hotness.
Quantity.
Now Y is broken down into Y1, Y2, Y3, and what else?
Quantity.
Maybe like your aroma, Y4. All right. So when the Y1 is met, Y2 is met, Y3 is met, Y4 is met, customer will call it as a tastier coffee. The world's tastiest coffee is this. Because it has the desired level of strongness, desired level of sweetness, isn't it? And desired level of hotness, and the right aroma, and the combination is what they call it as taste. Do you understand, all of you? Now, Y is understood? Now tell me, will you be able to measure these Y? Anything will you be able to measure accurately?
Not feedback can be
Hotness.
taken. Feedback can be
Hotness
taken.
and sweetness can be measured.
Hotness, hotness you can measure by measuring the temperature. Very good. One thing is measurable, directly using an instrument. But as Girish was saying, all other thing, you need to do a survey, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You make a coffee and then give it to people and do a survey. Is it appropriately strong? Then try to understand the range. Similarly, sweetness. Everything, you fix a range. And now the output characteristics, somehow you understood, right? Now the output characteristics are measurable in some manner. Now they are known as CTQ. There are 3-4 CTQs. Now what are the input characteristics which can help you meet on Y1, Y2, Y3 and Y4? What are the what are the inputs actually?
Good coffee beans.
Coffee beans, sugar,
Sugar,
milk, because since it could
milk,
should be
very good.
yeah.
Milk, exactly.
Mixture.
water.
Hot water.
I mean,
Water, you want to add water? Yes.
That's not like sometimes like to give the appropriate temperature. So some kind of
Very good.
like
Temperature is an input. Very good.
yes.
Temperature. Yes. Then you need a chef. You need some coffee making
Barista.
machine, and you need some stove, etc. All of these things are X. Now you have a clarity on your Y. You also know there are number of X. Clear, all of you? And now let me take you into a problem. Let us say too many customer complaints are coming from all your coffee outlet. You are running about 100 plus coffee outlet. Now so many emails are coming saying that your coffee is not good. And you read all the complaints and understand that all of them are saying that the coffee is not, the problem is with the strongness of the coffee. Problem is with the strongness of the coffee. Let's say the strongness is Y2. Now tell me, which is the culprit now? There are so many X on the other side, isn't it? Now Y2 is under trouble. Strongness depends on which of the X?
Coffee beans.
Coffee beans. Supplier.
Coffee beans. The amount of coffee powder is not handled properly by your process. Yes or no?
Right.
Only when you don't handle the coffee powder properly, there will be a problem in the strongness. Somehow your process is, allowing people to mishandle the coffee powder. As a result, strongness is getting affected. And now the critical factor is coffee powder. The coffee powder is critical to strongness. The same manner, sugar is critical to sweetness. Temperature is critical to hotness. If you identify the right range of values for sugar, coffee powder, temperature, milk, etc., that will be your coffee formula, coffee making formula. All right. And then if you somehow make sure these X are handled properly, there won't be any complaints at all. So when you are actually trying to solve any problem, you should first understand your Y. A product can have so many Ys, Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4, etc. Isn't it? You try to understand which of the Y is now getting affected. And then try to understand which of the X factor is influential to the current Y. Do you understand?
Yep.
And which is known as the critical factor, also called as root cause. Any problem with the strongness, root cause is coffee powder. Any problem with the sweetness, root cause is sugar. So this is called root cause identification. Process knowledge plays an important role here. Yes or no?
Yeah.
We have been working in the company so long, for 20, 25 years. Process knowledge is very, very important. All right. And if you think there is a lagging in such things, then you can involve some subject matter expertise. Okay. And now let's say the strongness depends on the root cause is coffee powder. Now you need to fix the problem. You identified the root cause. In order to fix the problem, let's say your coffee is not stronger. You have to increase the strongness. Now what will you do?
Quantity.
If you want to increase the strongness,
Quantity.
what will you do with the coffee powder?
Increase the quantity.
Yeah, you increase the coffee powder. You put extra coffee powder. What will happen to the strongness?
Increase.
Strongness will increase. This is called positive relationship. As I increase the X, what happens to my Y? Y is increasing. If you really want to solve a problem, first thing is you should identify the root cause. Then you must try to understand the relationship between the root cause and the response variable. If the relationship is positive, what should you do? You should increase the X to get your Y increased. Suppose you want to bring down your Y.
Reduce the X.
You reduce the X. You might have seen a similar scenario in your house also. Sometimes the coffee prepared by your wife, if it is not up to the mark, let's say it is not appropriately stronger, then you will end up returning the coffee, isn't it? Now what immediately the lady will do? She will take the coffee back to the kitchen, add some extra coffee powder. Now problem is solved. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
So to solve any problem, first step, root cause identification. If needed, Also validate. Validate your understanding. Validation means you experimentally verify. If you are doubtful about the root cause, experimentally verify. So root cause identification, then root cause validation. Then what is the next step I suggested? Study the relationship. Relationship can be positive, relationship can be negative. If you know relationship is positive, a particular action is needed. If you know the relationship is negative, the opposite action is needed. Hope all of you understand my language. All right. So I should know what will happen to my Y if I increase my X. So, and then final step, you should also try to understand how many root causes are currently affecting my result. Is it just one root cause which is affecting my result, or are there multiple root causes? Sometimes you might have noticed, you might identify the root cause, you take some action, but then also the problem will keep continuing. Have you seen such things?
Yes.
That is simply because the number of root causes are not just one. There are many root causes. If there are many root causes, you need to identify all of them. Then you need to initiate action for all of them. Then only problem will get fixed. Otherwise, they will keep continuing. So the solution or the tool that can help you with identifying the root cause is cause and effect diagram. You all already experienced, am I right?
Yeah.
You all use fishbone diagram, brainstorming, YY analysis. You are all master in using all of that. That only helps in the first step. What is the first step? Identifying the root cause. But the second step, what is the second step I told you?
Root cause validation.
Root cause validation. The root cause validation means you must learn to conduct experiments. You must learn to conduct experiments. If you are not able to come with a solid conclusion, if you are in dilemma, the only way you can make a solid conclusion is by conducting experimental trials. Clear, all of you? You don't know whether why the surface finish has gone down. Is it because of the cutting tool angle, or is it because of the the workpiece material, or is it because of the worker skill? If you are confused, you must conduct experimental trials. Then gain knowledge from it. This is known as hypothesis testing. We will be teaching you. Whenever you are confused with the root cause, or you are doubtful but not very clear, then you must conduct an experiment and come out with a solid conclusion. An experimental procedure you need to do, and that is known as hypothesis testing. And after that, what is the next step? You must understand the relationship. Am I right?
Yes.
You must understand the relationship between X and Y. And one more thing is, you should also understand how many root causes are currently playing. Whether it is just one root cause affecting my result or multiple root causes. And the answer to this particular scenario is regression analysis. What is that? Regression analysis. So once you understand these tools, you will be able to solve any kind of problem. And you will be able to take the right action. If I take action on the X, that is known as solution. You take any action on the X, that is known as solution. If I continuously control my X to retain my Y, that is known as control plan. This is what we will be doing in Six Sigma project. We define the problem. That means we try to understand the Y. And then we measure the problem. That means we measure the Y. And then we move on to analyze. Means we try to understand the root cause, validate the root cause, verify the relationship, verify the sufficiency. And then we develop solution in the improve phase. And then we control the X so that we can sustain the result. Hope it is clear to everyone. That coffee example.
Sir, in coffee example.
Yeah.
in coffee example, see, we were talking about the strong of the coffee. So we were thinking that the quantity was not enough. See, if in
Yeah.
case, if in case the quality is the problem, then by doing this validation, we will get to know, or the hypothesis testing, we will get to know whether the quality is the problem or the quantity is the problem. Am I right?
No. See, we are talking about the quality characteristics only. We are
No.
talking about the quality characteristics.
Quality of the coffee.
Yeah, quality of the coffee only we are talking about. And when there is a problem, then we need to specifically understand what's exactly the problem, which characteristics is actually getting affected. See, in coffee it is very simple, the discussion. But let's say you manufacture a concrete block, right? You manufacture a concrete block. There are dimensional issues.
Yeah.
There are surface finish issues. There are strength related issues. But ultimately, all of them depends on the input, isn't it?
Okay.
And so we need to find out what kind of impact each of the input has on the strength of the material.
Okay, so one second. See, in the coffee, what I was trying to tell is, in coffee, we arrived at an assumption saying that the coffee customer is telling that the coffee is not strong.
Yes.
Now we went back and look at, thinking that okay, we can add coffee powder, we can increase the quantity of coffee powder, so the strength coffee will become more strong. That's what our conclusion is.
Correct.
Now we have decided to increase the quantity, but if the problem is with
increase
the quality
increase the
quantity
amount of coffee powder. No,
powder.
we are not actually changing from quality to quantity. No.
Okay.
Our goal is still on improving the taste of the coffee only.
Taste of the coffee
amount
only.
of coffee powder we are increasing.
We
Correct.
increase. But if
maybe
the
from
problem
6 grams, from
to
6
10
grams,
grams,
we want to increase to 10 grams or
10
8 grams. Yeah.
Okay. But if the problem is with the quality of the coffee powder, and if it is because of the quality of the coffee powder, it is not giving strength to the coffee.
That is also possible. Yeah. In that case, what you say is,
in that case,
now let's stop here for a while. Now you are saying two things. You want to study whether 6 gram is okay or 10 gram is okay. Another chance is you want to study whether coffee powder A is better or coffee powder B is better.
Correct.
In both cases, it is the experimental procedure that will give you the answer.
A hypothesis.
Whether the 6 gram will help you or 10 gram will help you, or type 1 coffee powder will help you or type 2 coffee powder will help you. In both cases, you are actually conducting experiments. Then you will finalize, okay, 10 gram will do or type 2 will do, and then you implement it. Got it?
I just want a better clarity on hypothesis testing. That's it.
Now you got it?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Great. And now same will be the logic for any kind of product and any kind of service. Now, what is the product you see, all of you?
Laddu.
What is the product you all see? Laddu, right?
Yeah.
Do you think Laddu will also have CTQs?
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Yes.
Can you highlight few CTQs? CTQ means the Y characteristics. Y1,
Yeah.
Y2, Y3.
The
me.
first one would be the shape.
Okay, very good. Shape.
Sweetness.
Softness.
Color.
Taste.
Taste and color.
Flavor.
Raw material.
Size.
Raw materials are X.
Flavor.
Shape is Y. Weight is Y. All these things are Y characteristics, isn't it? And size is Y. Size of the laddu, weight of the laddu, shape of the laddu, color of the laddu. These are all customer requirements. Color should be yellow. Shape should be round. You can't sell laddu in a cubical shape. Nobody is going to buy. You can't sell laddu in blue color or green color. It must be in yellow or orange. These are customer requirement. And size. How can you measure the size of the laddu?
So via weight, not size. Grams should be.
Weight is a different characteristic. Size is another characteristics.
So small, round. Okay, that's your shape. Okay.
Yeah. So size.
Small, medium, big.
How to measure the size? The shape is spherical. And now how will you measure the size?
Diameter.
I mean, by observing,
Diameter.
sir.
Beautiful. Beautiful. You are now using your engineering brain now. So laddu is spherical. So diameter is the indicator. Whether it is properly 2-3 places, if the diameter is same, it is perfect sphere. Nobody would like to buy a laddu in a deformed shape. Everybody wants the laddu in a perfect round shape, isn't it? See, if you are making laddu for Diwali, nobody is going to check like this. Your wife and you and your kids will adjust. But if you want to sell laddu,
Yeah.
that too in a huge number, you should be ready to face all these questions. Yes or no?
Yes.
Even somebody will even buy your laddu and weigh separately. They weigh separately and then file a case against you. You have mentioned that each laddu will be 75 grams, but actually it is only 58 grams. Now you have to pay the compensation, isn't it?
Yes.
So understanding the CTQ is very, very important. Whatever you declare in your sweet packet, laddu packet, they become the specifications. And every single laddu you produce should fulfill the specification. That's why you need people. That's why you need machineries. That's why you need quality inspectors. Yes or no?
Yes.
That's why you are packing it with extreme care. Because customer really bother whether your laddu is traveling to so many kilometers or not. By the time it reaches their hand, they want to check everything. Yes or no? And so if you really want to make so many laddus every single day, can you imagine what kind of setup you need to produce? 10,000 laddus every 1 hour, you need to produce 10,000 laddus. Tell me what kind of setup you need now. You need people, you need machineries, isn't it? You need quality inspectors. You need data. No, at every 15 minutes once, somebody will be measuring the diameter of the laddu in the line. Yes or no? This is what all of you are doing. Only thing is, instead of coffee and laddu, you have some other product. Clear?
Yes.
It is as easy as manufacturing laddu, right? So process improvement has got 2 parameters. One is effectiveness, another one is efficiency. If your process is not effective, it will produce defects. If your process is not efficient, it will produce waste. Effectiveness cannot be compromised and efficiency must be optimized. Don't say that you don't have time for improvement. If you don't improve, then obviously what happened, and sometimes your competitors might outperform. So you must have the patience to stop some time and change your wheels so that you can run better as well as faster. And now some quick questions to all of you. Tell me, what is the focus of Lean?
Reduce waste.
Reduce waste.
Reduce
and
waste.
efficient.
Very good. And anybody here, I have not spoke about it. Do you know where from Lean originated? From America or
Motorola.
Japan or India? No,
Motorola
not
company.
Not Motorola.
Motorola.
Not
Toyota.
Motorola.
Toyota.
Toyota. Right,
Toyota.
yes, Toyota. So Lean originated from Toyota, and then Six Sigma originated from Motorola.
Motorola.
Toyota is a Japanese company. So Lean is a Japanese concept, right? And this is about Six Sigma, like the Motorola. And the first person what you see, and this is Bob Galvin. So he's the CEO of Motorola. And this is Bill Smith. RK was saying, father of Six Sigma. He's an engineer. This is Dr. Michael Harry. He's a statistician. So every single time you play with the numbers, you are actually using statistics. Statistics is nothing but using data or using numbers for decision making. That is statistics, right? So he's a statistician. So, and actually Six Sigma was conceptualized at Motorola during 1979. And actually what happened is the Japanese companies, the Japanese people, they learned quality principles and etc. from Americans. And then they started producing high quality product to the extent that even the American could feel the competition from Japanese companies. All right. So the Americans, they wanted to bring something new, and that gave birth to the new concept known as Six Sigma. All right. So why Motorola introduced Six Sigma? Because they realized that their quality is going down. Particularly, they are not able to face the competition from Japanese companies. And for that reason only, they actually introduced Six Sigma in 1980s, exactly 87. Six Sigma was introduced in Motorola, and the why the big reason for the introduction of Six Sigma is this Robert Bob Galvin, and throwing a challenge of 10-fold improvement in a span of 5 years. And these two people have actually accepted that challenge, and then they come up with the idea which they named it as Six Sigma. And why the job was given to these two people means they have actually did some research, and they published a research article in one of the journal. And in that, the important learning is there is a correlation between the repair or a rework a product undergoes and its field life. Now tell me, you all know what is field life, you all know what is repair and rework. If I do more repair and more rework before sending the product to the market, what do you think its field life will be?
More.
Less compared to zero.
If you are not producing the product in a right condition at the first time itself, then you have to rework, repair, etc., etc. Then such products are found to have a lesser life in the market. So they actually studied this and understood that, and they found a correlation. Correlation means again a study of relationship. So more the rework, lesser will be the field life. And so this Bill Smith, found, and Michael Harry, they understood that we have to produce products without rework. Produce product without rework means why we are doing rework? Because there are defects. So we need to produce without defects. So try to do things right at the first time. So later on, after the demise of this Bill Smith, Dr. Michael Harry developed the Six Sigma concept with a very, very structured approach. In fact, Motorola, they have started a Motorola University exclusively to train all their employees on Six Sigma and certify them. And now the approach and the certification has become very popular. Every company would like to have their own program, and those of the companies who do not have the program, they all go through the program from some third parties, isn't it? And one such program is what you are currently attending. All right. So this is the numbers behind Motorola, and you can see the size of the company and why they adopted Six Sigma. Their quality was sinking. Particularly, they faced the very stiff competition from Japan. But at the same time, they want to become world leaders in manufacturing of communication products such as pagers, phones, etc. And another company which adopted Six Sigma after Motorola is like your ABB. And they are into robotics and heavy electric equipments. And look at the reason why they adopted Six Sigma. And their performance is below average. They are well below the world-class performance. Their defect rates are 60% higher compared to the competitor, and their competitors are making higher profit. Look at the way they are understanding the improvement opportunity. Everything is going well, but still they could write as many problems as possible. If you read, you will be able to understand. And similarly, another company which adopted Six Sigma is General Electric. All of these things happened, in the 80s and 90s. And General Electric, why they adopted Six Sigma is they were producing scanning equipment. This particular scanner was taking 3 minutes to complete a particular scanning process. But for the same scanning, the competitor's scanner were just taking only 10 to 30 seconds. So they have to improve. And similarly, another reason for the General Electric adopting is the bulb that is used in the scanner. There is failure at a higher frequency. Almost 20 million bulbs are failing every year. And look at the cost of these things. So the cost of poor quality is very high. So all these companies, they used the Six Sigma approach, Six Sigma principles, tools and techniques to solve all their burning issues, right? And look at the savings. The numbers are impressive even today. $2.2 billion saving for Motorola every year from manufacturing. Projects floated in manufacturing section. And look here, at the time of introduction itself, there were projects implemented in non-manufacturing also, right? And clearly giving, an evidence that Six Sigma can be applied in both manufacturing as well as non-manufacturing. So all of you can use Six Sigma in your business, definitely, no doubt. You can use it as an operational excellence model. You can make your people more and more knowledgeable. You can give your people the appropriate tools, appropriate techniques to kill all the current problems your company is facing. As a result, all the barriers will be broken and your company can progress faster and then reach the targeted position in the earliest possible time. And this is possible only if you have the right infrastructure of people. And we call it, different belt levels. White belt, the basic level is, white belt, which is actually an informal, it is an informal qualification. Today morning from 9:30 till this moment, 4:30, we have been educating you on the basics and foundation knowledge about Lean and Six Sigma. That means you all have now become white belt. You have got enough awareness that Lean and Six Sigma can be applied in any business, right? Only requirement is problem should be recurring in nature. That's all. If the problem is repeatedly happening, yes, definitely no. The principles and the approach, the methodologies can certainly help you to fix the problem. But white belt is only an awareness level of knowledge. Normally, we conduct white belt training program to the decision makers in an organization. Once they are convinced, yes, they will, proceed with the implementation. But the white belt level is not enough to participate in a project. So the next level is yellow belt. And yellow belt means an intermediate level of proficiency in the Six Sigma ladder or Six Sigma methodology. And then, some of the non-statistical tools, yes, they will be familiar. But then the green belts, in addition to the methodology and non-statistical tools, they will also be, skilled and proficient in even the statistical tools so that they can lead projects. They are not project team members, they are project leaders. And the difference between green and black belt is a green belt is a part-time Six Sigma expert, but a black belt is a full-time Six Sigma expert. Since black belt is a full-time expert, he is expected to do at least 6 projects in a year. But green belt, being a part-time Six Sigma expert, he is expected to complete 2 projects in a year. That's the difference. And of course, in the body of knowledge also, there are some advanced tools specifically meant for the black belts. And then the master black belt. You remember we spoke about strategy, tactics, operations, and projects. All of these things has to be planned in any company, and the right KPIs have to be identified so that at any given point of time, we can really understand whether the direction in which our company is, progressing is correct or not. The KPIs and metrics development, project identification, and all of these things are responsibility of the master black belt. Of course, he will be working as a group, working as a committee. In some companies, it is called as quality council. Some company, they call it as business excellence group, operational excellence group. There are different names, right? But definitely this committee also will be reporting to another higher level committee, which is known as steering committee. So the role of the master black belt is to train people on different Six Sigma belt level. A master black belt is expected to produce black belts, green belts, yellow belts based on the project requirements, right? He is an in-house trainer, in-house consultant, in-house expert to give the entire company the needed support and the needed direction. And that is the main role of the MBB. If you consider green and black belts, they will be 1 in 100. But if you consider the MBB, there will be 1 in 1,000. In many companies, for the whole company, there will be just 1 or 2 master black belt, driving the entire company. And then we have 2 more roles known as champion and sponsor. They are nothing but, the representative from the top. Representatives from the top management. And the sponsor is the one who has the authority to fund any project or sponsor any project. He provides the resources. But the champion is the person who will be liaising between sponsor and the project team. Whenever help is needed, champion is the first person or the first point of contact for the project leaders. So they are like, the parents. So for the proper, growth of the children's, parents' role is very important. Similarly, every project to deliver result, the support of the sponsor and champion is very important. So this kind of infrastructure is very essential. The sponsor and champion participate in team project reviews and any important decisions, yes, their consultation is very, very important. Hope all of you understand, right? The different belt levels here, and the roles and responsibilities are also written down in the form of some specific tasks, yellow belt, and you can even read from the course material. They participate in the meeting, they meet the project leaders, make recommendation, help with administrative tasks. But we are here as a green belt and black belt. We are supposed to lead projects. We need to help the champion to select the team members, plan the team meetings, lead the project meetings, handle the meeting logistics, and make recommendations and changes in the process. All of these things are responsibilities of the green and black belt. So what is Six Sigma? Six Sigma is a management philosophy by which we meet the objectives by reducing the variation, because variation is the root cause of all quality problems. Variation in the output leads to defects. Why that is happening? Because there is variation in the input. So if we can somehow control the variation, yes, all the problems will vanish, right? So it is a disciplined data-driven methodology for process improvement. And can you see here two different processes? Process is normally expressed as a bell-shaped curve. There is one process here and there is another process here. And what is the difference you see? In this process, can you see a higher spread? Can you see a higher spread, all of you? Or
Yes,
imagine, yeah. So when a process has higher spread, it means there is too much variation. Or imagine the specifications given by the customer as a road. And now you are driving a vehicle, but your vehicle is bigger than the road. Do you think your journey will be very pleasant now? Very horrible, isn't it? The road, your vehicle is bigger than the road. Definitely there will be accidents. Same is the logic. If your process has too much variation, and definitely there will be rejection. So it's not a good idea to run any process or operate any process with too much variation. Try to stabilize it. Try to stabilize it and reduce the variation. And now you see your vehicle becoming much smaller compared to the road. Now you can peacefully drive in the speed you want. All right. So once the variations are minimized, your entire process will completely stay inside the specification. Your complete vehicle has come to the center of the road and creating a very pleasant scenario. Even if you move a little bit left or right, it is still okay, right? And this will make the defects a very, very rare event. All of you, do you understand how to read this graph? How to read this image? Please
Yeah,
confirm. Yeah. If the spread is more, what does it mean?
Variation is more.
Variation is more.
And can you tell me a tool which you can use to understand the spread of a process? Can you tell me one tool that can help you to understand the spread of a process?
Mean, median.
Histogram.
Beautiful. Histogram is the tool. Plot a histogram. Now you know the extreme cases. The worst cases on the left and right, you will be able to see. And the spread can be visualized. Very good. And so Six Sigma is a metric, is a methodology, is a way of management, and is a philosophy. Why do we call it metric? It gives you a numerical measure of your process capability in terms of DPMO, in terms of sigma level, in terms of yield, or in terms of CP/CPK. There are different ways of measuring process capability, which you will be learning. And Six Sigma is considered as a methodology. Whenever you want to solve a problem, any kind of problem, be it silly or be it very, very complex, use this methodology, DMAIC. This is a problem-solving methodology for improvement. And this is a methodology for development. Development is different from improvement. Improvement means improving from the current. Development means coming out with a completely a new one, isn't it? So a new product development, or entering into a new market, or designing a complete new machine, or designing a new die. These are all called development projects. Certain projects are improvement, use DMAT. Certain projects are development, use DMAT V. All right. So Six Sigma can be considered as a way of management. And Six Sigma will work best if it is considered as a way of management, which means you must link the belt certification with the career growth of the employee. Certain companies, They promote people only if they, achieve certain level of proficiency in Six Sigma. Like Caterpillar is an example. Amazon is another example. So there are many, many companies, they have an in-house Six Sigma program. Like one of our participants was also saying, they had an in-house Six Sigma program. And there the growth and the Six Sigma proficiency are interconnected. And that's the best way. So Six Sigma can be considered as a way of management, and it is actually a philosophy. We can use it to improve anything that we want to improve. Let's say we all want to improve our health. Obviously, isn't it? So all these principles and methodologies can be used. All right. So Six Sigma methodology means DMAC. The first phase, define. Define means understanding the problem. Problem is associated with Y or X. When we use the word problem, we are talking about Y. Try to understand the Y. Whether it is Y1 which is under trouble or Y2 which is under trouble, you need to understand which is the characteristics of your product or service that is currently getting affected. Right? You should be able to express the problem using a single metric. You should be able to express the problem using a single metric. This is what medical doctors will also be doing. When you go for any kind of health complication, they straight away come out with a number, isn't it? See, sir, your number is outside the normal range. And now this must be treated immediately. The moment you see the number, you understand, isn't it? There is really something wrong. So same manner, we too have to identify the CTQ which is currently under trouble. I think he's talking. Okay. So define means understanding the problem, understanding the why, expressing the why in a measurable metric. Come out with a number which can completely represent the problem. Then you move on to measure. Now, what should you measure? You measure the why. You measure the why. Try to understand the ground reality. Try to understand the current intensity of the problem. By measuring, there are two benefits. One is problem is getting validated. Another thing is you understand the intensity of the problem. The intensity of the problem is known as baseline performance. In both define and measure, our focus was on Y. The left side of the equation, Y equal to F of X. But in the next phase, analyze. We will shift our focus from Y to X. There can be many X, isn't it? Several X. X1, X2, X3, and so on up to Xn. Now, out of the n number of X factor, which is the X factor that is troubling our Y? Is it just one X factor that is troubling our Y? Are there multiple X factors that are troubling our Y? We need to identify, we need to validate, we need to understand the relationship, we need to verify the sufficiency. All of these things are known as analyze. Now our focus is on the X, and then we move on. Improve. Having defined the problem, having measured the problem, having analyzed for the root cause, now we are going to take action on the X. Taking action on the X is known as solution. What kind of action is needed? We optimize the X. Optimize the X means we assign the appropriate value for X. In the case of coffee example, we decided to increase the amount of coffee powder from 6 grams to 8 grams. Or we decided to change the coffee powder from type 1 to type 2. So we reassign values for X. Reassigning values for X is known as the solution. All of it, you understand? You will be able to develop the best solution in the world if you go through this kind of sequence. Define, measure, analyze, and then improve. And now that the solution is developed and also implemented, and now you control. Now tell me which one you should control. Your Y is now solved. Now you should keep an eye on the
internal inputs.
Control the X so that your Y will automatically be under control. This is what medical doctors will also be doing. While discharging the patient, they call them for a consultation and then they'll give all the advice. Now you could understand all their advice are on the daily routine. If you maintain your daily routine in a proper manner, the same problem cannot come again. This is known as control plan. Hope all of you understand how the Six
Sir,
Sigma
I have
method.
one doubt, please.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you have mentioned the measure is the understanding of the baseline and the analyze the factors, improve for the action on the X. But define, sir, can you please repeat? Sorry.
Define is problem understanding and expressing the problem using a single metric. You express the problem using a single metric. If you can express the whole problem using a single metric, that's a clear indication that you properly understood the problem. Do you understand?
Can you elaborate, sir? Using single metrics means?
That we have a detailed session. Don't worry.
Okay.
We have the whole training is training program is going to be moving from one phase to other phase, right? So maybe after this, define will start and then measure and then analyze. So don't worry, we'll have enough examples. So define, measure, and then analyze, and then you improve, and then you can. Hope it is clear to all of you. So
Yes.
how many stages in a Six Sigma project? 5 stages. What are the stages? Define, measure,
Define,
analyze,
measure,
improve,
analyze,
control.
improve, and control.
And you can use this logic or methodology to solve any kind of problem. Right? When you talk about health, you see there are some Y variable I am bringing here, which can be an indicator of your health. Am I right? So fasting blood sugar and your cholesterol level, these are all, indicators of your health. So you can definitely improve on that. So what we are going to do is every phase of the DMAC is broken down into 3 simple steps. There are 5 phases, but each phase is now broken down into 3 simple steps. I'm not going to read out those steps. You can definitely read them from the course material, but we will be explaining you each and everything in detail. So totally 5 phases, 15 simple steps, using which you can systematically eliminate defects and eliminate waste from any kind of business process, leading to improvement in the profit as well as cost and time, right? And all these kind of improvements you can achieve. So some to give some more idea, some mapping of the tools have been done here. You can see in define phase, there are certain tools normally used in the Six Sigma projects. Similarly, in the measure phase, similarly in the analyze phase, improve phase, control phase. So hereafter, we are going to teach you phase by phase, step by step, and tool by tool. But absolutely at the same time, there is no harm to use the tool wherever they are needed. Say, for example, you want to use, let's say, a particular tool, balance scorecard. In the analyze phase, nobody is going to stop you. You can use it, right? So tools are non-linear in nature. Once you understand, yes, the tool is a perfect fit, please use it. And nobody is going to stop you. So what we will be learning all these tools one by one by paying complete attention and to the details. Hope all of you have followed me properly. Now again, I want to ask some quick questions. What is the focus of Six Sigma? Preferably you all can now come on video because the teaching is over. Now only questions. What is the focus of Six Sigma?
Sir, reduce defects. Based on defects.
Yeah, primary focus, right? Yes, very good. And now Six Sigma originated from which company?
Motorola.
Very good. So who is known as father of Six Sigma?
Bill Smith.
Bob Galvin.
Bill Smith.
Very good, very good. Bill Smith. And now 6 reasons for project failure. I have 3 on the right side. What are the remaining 3?
Mindset.
Mindset and culture. Very good. Inappropriate.
Unstable process.
Inappropriate tools and techniques.
Unstable process.
That's here unstable. And measurement error. Right?
Inadequate process knowledge. Yes.
Yeah, that is written here.
Uncertainty in measurement.
Very good. Uncertainty in measurement. Very good. So give attention to all of this, while driving a project. You should not only, be a manager and leader, you should also be a, proper change agent. You should know problems are going to come from multiple sources. You need to ensure, you you take proactive measures so that your project always delivers it. An organization want to improve their existing product. Which methodology they should use?
DMAC.
So DMAC is for improvement. The other one is for development.
Development.
And there is a special name given when you use DMAT V and develop something new. Anybody know that? I didn't talk about
Design
it.
for Six Sigma. Design for
Very
Six
good.
Sigma.
Very good. That is known as design for Six Sigma. We develop something new, but at the same time, the first launch itself, the product should come with the Six Sigma standards. That's called design for Six Sigma. Very good. And what is missing here in the list of 7 habits as per Stephen Covey?
Proactive.
Proactive, begin with an end.
Begin with an end.
Listen to, it's already there, yeah.
There is one more thing.
Listen.
That is there. That is there.
Think win-win.
Prioritize.
Prioritize.
All right, right? So proactive, prioritize, begin with an end in mind, think win-win, listen to get listened, synergize, and sharpen the sound. All right. So what do we mean by effectiveness?
Stick to the process. Continuous improvement.
Effectiveness means efficiency increase.
Continuous improvement.
Effectiveness means what?
So effectiveness means to make the most use of the available resources.
No.
If you make best use of the resources, that is known as efficiency.
First time right, reduce the defect.
Very good. First time right. All others must clap for him. So you must be able to produce defect-free products. You must be able to offer defect-free services. No defects happening, isn't it? Producing defect-free output. I mean, doing right things. First time right. Very good. Well said. So what do you mean by efficiency?
Optimizing the resource.
Consuming
exactly
required resources. We never ever over consume the resources. We always set a standard and then go as per that. That means waste-free operations. Your people are productive throughout, like how all of you are today. From 9:30 till 5 o'clock in the evening, you have been continuously learning, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're all very productive today, waste-free and fully productive. This is what we mean by efficiency, isn't it? That means doing right things, that too in a right manner. Very good. This is Six Sigma and this is Lean. And we always need both. That's why the approach is integrated. This started happening from the year 2000 onwards, right? Lean evolved in 1960. Six Sigma evolved in 1986-87. And from 2000, companies started implementing as Lean Six Sigma. So what do we mean by root cause analysis? What are the steps involved in analysis?
Identification.
Very good. First step is identification of the root cause. What is the second step?
Validation.
Validation.
Third step.
Analyze.
Understand the relationship. Understand the relationship, statistical relationship. How your X is related to Y, positively or negatively, linearly or non-linearly. And finally, study the sufficiency. Sufficiency means how many root causes are playing right now. Whether it is just 1, 2 or 3. How many are exactly? Everything we can understand with the help of the statistics. So that's it from me. So now I am open to your questions. If there are any questions, feel free to ask.
Sir, I have a question. I don't know. This is an early time to ask this question. See, we have yellow belt, green belt, black belt. So when we get into a problem, how will we get to know that which project to be run for that particular problem? Whether we should run a yellow belt project or whether we should run a is it like that? I don't know whether my understanding.
First, shall I give this?
You want to answer, right, Safi?
Yes, because to know that what I understand over here.
No, see, yellow belt is for certification is for people, right? And normally, yellow belts are not supposed to lead any Six Sigma projects. They're always expected to work under the guidance of the green or black belts. Yellow belts are like nurses in the hospital. They should always work according to the instructions given by the medical doctors, isn't it? They do treat patients, but then as per the guidance of the doctors only. Same manner, yellow belts are never project leaders, right? They always work under green and black belts. But green belt projects means the complexity is less, moderate. Such projects are green belt projects. Normally, no, they just do it in 2 to 3 months time. But black belt projects means the complexity is higher. And projects sometimes are cross-functional. Multiple departments are involved in the same projects. So these are indication that a black belt should lead the project. That may sometimes go on from 4 to 8 months. And accordingly, the benefits will also be higher.
My doubt came from, like I told you, like previous in 2013 I was working associated with a firm. So when there was a problem, the process excellence team would come and tell that you run a yellow belt project for this, or you run a green belt project for this. So they name the project as green belt or yellow belt.
Understand.
Let
Because
me come, sir.
every company, they always try to get the returns from the investment. If they train 20 people, they expect all 20 people to do 20 projects and then make 20-25 lakhs out of it. So, but actually, theoretically, there is no such thing. There is no yellow belt project. But having attended a training program as an yellow belt, you can work on some projects, but nothing wrong in it. Just because it is not recommended, it doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything. But yellow belts, they lag in terms of the statistical knowledge. They don't know how to use the data, analyze the data. Suppose if they have to perform regression analysis, and how come they do? So that means they can still maybe companies advise them to work on some projects where the situation is not very complex, but some thinking, systematic thinking is needed. So RK sir, you can also add.
Yeah.
Sir, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
let
yes.
let RK sir add his point. Yeah.
Yeah, let me add because otherwise I'll forget. Yeah, thank you very much. He knows my problem, no? That is why he must have people like Gopal Shokma. Anyway, I'm going to ask you what is the question. Anyway, before I forget the question, I'll tell you
Yellow
why
belt project.
different projects, yellow project, blue project, green project, they say, right? I will tell you. Suppose I run a shop. No, in Google products and all, they know whether your company is a one-man company or two-man company or below 100 or below 1,000, how many people are working. They are asking you a question. Do you know that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, no, you buy a Google product or a Microsoft product, they will ask you, are you a one-man company?
Yes,
Or
yes.
how many people are employed there under you? They'll be asking you.
Yeah.
And suppose I am a person, I am a one-man company. Suppose I want to do a green project. Whom I can offer? Yeah, tell me. Only I have to do it. Yes or no?
Yes.
Suppose if the project is a yellow project, yellow probably belt project. Who will I can assign? Yeah, only I have to do it. Yes or no? I have to buy a pencil for marking my accounts. Whom I should send for buying a pencil? Only I should go. Yes or no?
Yeah.
For everything, right from selling to accounting to going and then giving the income tax certificate, everything, who will do? Only RK will do. Yes or no?
Yes.
Even though the projects are yellow belt projects, green belt projects, black belt. But what we do is, I know that this is a bigger assignment. Then what happened? I slowly grow. Yes or no? Why did Gopal Shokumar assign me, added me? Because you could not afford the entire thing himself. Am I right? Yes or no? He could do it. He is capable. But still he wants to free himself so that let RK join. Yes or no? Now he is assigning RK to do a project and he is doing himself a project. And he does 75% of the project. Yes or no? Morning I occupied only 25%. Thank you for giving me a chance to say this. Right? I want him to take rest here because again 7 o'clock he has got a class. Right?
Sir, I have one question, please.
It depends upon you. One second, sir. Before I answer, I have not completed my answer. What it means is, whatever he talks is for very big organization, yeah, not for our level, right? Our level, we can decide ourselves. It's a yellow projects. And you will come to know by the end of the course what is a yellow belt projects, what is a green belt projects, what is a black belt projects, what is the difference between the three. Because right now we do not know everything. You thought that you can do it yourself. Everything you can't do it yourself because it is all your problem. Thank you very much, sir. Please shoot your question.
Yes, Shafi, you can ask your question.
Yeah, my question is, how many tools is minimum to utilize for any project? Like in 7QC tool, many tools is there. So what is the minimum requirement to
Minimum
utilize?
tools is zero. Minimum tools is zero. Just like that, I will say, do it. That's all. And out of that, no, so many people have become rich, right? They say that out of intuition, they say that intuition. Why care? You don't care for any project, yeah? Do it, sell it, and they get profit. I tell you example. I told already thing. My wife's relation, brother, bought a land on my name. I should not tell, no, bought a name. And it cost around 20,000 or no, something. But 2 years back, I had to sell it. It's on my name, no? You know how much it went off, 1 crore. It is Ramachandrapuram, that hospital, right? But who decided? Nobody did any calculations for this. He wanted to buy, he bought it, and then he bought it on my name, I got it. But I can't feel happy, yeah, because now I feel only disappointed. Oh God, had I got it on my name with my money, I would have got his 1 crore. Yes or no? Something like that. So tools and techniques are all non-linear. When I say non-linear, you can use any tool anywhere. It is not that it is used only for Six Sigma projects. You can also do away with the tools and then get yourself successful. Please note, all we teach you is a strategic approach, a scientific approach, a methodology. You can skip any method if you want. You can include any other method from any other field also if you want. It is all in your smartness. You can say RK is bad. You can say RK is good. Everything is in your hand. Yes or no? But only thing is you have to use your smartness to identify what is good in RK and take it. That is what I wanted. Right?
There is no specific requirement, this many tools and etc. But it follows a methodology: define, measure, analyze, improve, control. And and one more thing is, Six Sigma doesn't have any its own tools and techniques. No tools under Six Sigma. Of course, Lean has got certain tools under it, but Six Sigma simply borrows the tools from other approaches and then use it here. For example, 7QC tools is there long back itself, even before introducing Six Sigma. All right. So you can use any tool that is relevant, but in define phase, definitely an outcome is project charter. An outcome of define phase is project charter. Similarly, measure phase, the outcome is baseline. Analyze phase, the outcome is validated root causes. Improve phase, solution ready for implementation. Control phase, control plan. But in order to achieve this, some effort is needed, some tools are needed. So whatever relevant, you use it, and there is no hard and fast rule, this many tools and all. But as long as you can deliver results and justify it.
But one rule I will say, one rule is very important. It has been mentioned that begin with an end. Every step has a deliverable. See that the deliverable is delivered. Understood? Yeah. In the define phase, there are 3 steps. Each step must have a deliverable. And for that, for getting that deliverable, you must apply your tools and techniques. What tool to get what delivery is up to you, right? I will tell you what exactly in the define phase. There are 3 steps. First phase is identify the problem. Yes or no? In order to identify the problem, the first step is get many ideas. Tell me what is the tool you will use? What is the tool you will use? Or tell me at least what is the tool we all have, we never use. What is the tool we all have, we never use? Our brain, our mind, right? But this a tool you will have to use here is get ideas. VOC, voice of customer, voice of business, right? All these are all tools. Yes or no? So these are all the tools you use to get the ideas. Step 1, get many ideas. From the ideas, you cannot solve all the ideas. You cannot implement all the ideas. You should not. So select the best, select the most important, right? And then that is called prioritization. Yeah. What is the tool you will use? Pareto chart, right? Or any other chart, right? And then after prioritizing, again, you cannot still go and solve for it. just because my wife told me I will not go to the market because she will tell me to buy anything which I don't like in the dinner. So I would like to go to the market, buy only what is the vegetable I want, and then I want to buy. It will either approve this project or not. That is the third step. These three steps, if you solve it, you have gone through the first define phase, and your deliverable is obtained. That is project charter. So you should know what is the deliverable required. Based on that, go for the tools and techniques.
Your voice has gone.
Yeah, sir, your voice is breaking. So let me handle. Narayanan, you want to ask something?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, this is the right time. I'm not sure. The root cause analysis. Basically, we would like to validate. Then we have to go for improve. But if it is not giving the results, can we change the root cause, or else we can add the root cause?
Why? Yeah, I tell you why it is not giving the result. Because your validation was wrong. Right? If it is a root cause, yes, if it is properly validated, and then definitely your improvement should actually reflect in your result. Number one. Another thing is the number of root causes can be more. You might have validated just one or two, but the third and fourth one you might have missed. All of these things you can understand before implementing the solution by developing a regression equation. Right? You can develop a regression equation, and using the regression analysis, you can understand whether everything has gone perfectly so far or not. All right. In case if the regression gives a warning, no, the root causes are not sufficient, then you have to go back, again do the brainstorming, again do the cause and effect analysis, again validate, add those extra significant factors in your regression equation. Y equal to f of x, you remember that y equal to f of x is nothing but the regression equation. That equation should have all significant x factors. All varying x factors should definitely participate in your regression equation. If they are not participating, it simply means you are missing on some of the root causes.
So we can add it later. For example, PDCA like it's okay. I understand.
Yeah, that's why PDCA cycles are generated. If results are not coming, again you come back.
Okay.
But in Six Sigma methodology, we always say at the end of the analyze phase, you generate a regression analysis. You do a regression analysis, generate a regression equation. And we ask you to check the regression equation, whether the equation has included all significant factors. We can understand the sufficiency before taking action, so that you don't have to know, you can avoid the disappointments later on.
Okay.
Good. Anything else? All good? Okay. So thank you very much, all of you, for your wonderful participation today. Hope you all enjoyed learning from us, and looking forward to further interactions. And we'll be meeting tomorrow morning again, 9:30. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have your WhatsApp group, discuss and bring with more questions, right? Like